Mr. Kennedy, and he has a lot to say to everyone out there watching. He's going to be on Wrestling with Savage. Stop yelling so much. Why are you yelling? Why are you yelling? I'm excited. You're watching this. This is Mr. Kennedy taking a chop from Savage. He just gave me a nice stiff one. Nice stiff one. Oh, solid. I appreciate you, brother.
You're watching Wrestling with Savage, the best late night wrestling show in the world.
I say you are listening to Wrestling with Savage, the best podcast in the history of podcasts.
Pedigree, 1, 2, 3, Roger, you live by the champ. A last ride straight to hell, a tombstone, a choke slam. Here to give it to you raw. This is Wrestling with Savage, SmackDown. Hold the title, this is Wrestling with Savage. What?
Because they are the best tag team in the world. Tag team.
Be my honor to be a guest on your show.
Christmas Bully Ray, good job, Savage. It's the best hat in pro wrestling. Take that fucking Raw man, yeah. Raw fuck.
It's MDK and Wrestle with Savage all fucking day.
Okay, what we got over here?
Well, what do we got over here? Have your cake and eat it too.
Look at Eddie.
Pedigree, 1, 2, 3, Roger, you live by the champ. A last ride straight to hell, a tombstone, a choke slam. Here to give it to you raw. This is Wrestling with Savage, SmackDown. Hold the title, this is Wrestling with Savage.
Wrestling with Savage begins now. Yes, Wrestling with Savage does begin now. We are live and we're going to be talking about NXT. Shout out to everybody in the chat. And don't worry, Mick Thomason, we are going to let you know exactly what we thought of the breakup. But before I even introduce Anthony or before we even start talking about NXT, just real shout out to this man, Jerry the King Lawler. Bad news today in the world of wrestling. He suffered a stroke, but the good news is he's hopefully on the road to recovery. He was found face down in his home, and in the hospital, he regained consciousness. He regained some feeling in the right side of his body, and the doctors believe he's going to regain speech as well in the next couple of days. So just shout out to Jerry the King Lawler, absolute legend. We wish you nothing but the best here at Wrestling with Savage, and we want you to get better, feel better, and get back to doing what you love to do. All right. What's up, Anthony?
What's going on?
Some sad news right there, man.
Yeah.
He's 73 years old, but, maybe this will be his final wake-up call for him to stop doing whatever he is doing that he shouldn't be doing, so this way he could stick around a little longer.
Yeah.
Maybe he's eating too much bacon. I don't know. I'm just spitballing. I have no idea what caused this.
Well, this isn't the first. Obviously, this isn't the first one.
No, it's not.
The first big one was on air.
Yeah,
of Raw.
Yeah, no, that was live. Yeah, man. I mean, it just shows you how crazy the business is and the shit that can happen. It can get very wild, very fast. Just like Vengeance Day got very wild, very fast. We had a bunch of new things going on in the world of NXT on Saturday. We had a bunch of great matches. You guys should all know what happened, but if you don't know what happened, let me know and I'll update you on all the matches. Obviously, we had new tag team champions in Fallon Henley and Kiana James. Braun Breaker obviously retained against not Carmelo. I don't think he's going to retain against Carmelo when he fights Carmelo, but he retained against Braun Breaker. This was on Twitter today, all right? Nice picture of Andre Chase there saying he's not a leader. He's not a leader. And this was posted by, do you know who, Anthony? Do you know who posted this?
Duke?
No, this was Joe Gacy. Weren't you watching NXT tonight?
Yeah, I didn't catch that.
Oh, well, they didn't show this on NXT, but they did show something else that would maybe make it make sense, which we'll get to later tonight. Mick Thomas and
Anthony shit.
He said,
okay.
He said you better accept your friend request. All right.
No, he accepted mine. I sent him one.
Mick, a lot of love to Mick, man. Honestly, Mick Thompson, one of our day ones over here, live over here. He's from the Tantalizing Tony Nation, the nation of tantalization. Tonight, Tony interviewed. Why not give Tony a shout out real quick before we even get started, to be honest? Because if it wasn't for Tony, Mick wouldn't be here. Steven wouldn't be here. A lot of guys wouldn't be here. A lot of ladies wouldn't be here. And, We want them here. We want them part of the Savage Kingdom. And let's scroll down to the bottom of my page. If you don't know who Tony is, whether you're watching this live or later on, you're going to click at the bottom of the page. He's the first one there. Let's get him to 5,400 ASAP. He does a lot of good things for a lot of good people. Anthony Graves is one of them. You can follow him. Follow the All About Wrestling podcast, the KOD show, Gianna Forever, Poseidon Media, Mr. Steel Dibs, connecting people through. I mean, he has a lot of friends on here. Evil Kicks. I think that's Evil. No, EW1 Kicks. I just call him Kicks. He comes through here all the time as well. But enough about that. Let's get back to NXT. Everybody go follow Tony. All right. Like I said, he's at the bottom of my YouTube page if you haven't done so already. Make sure you're doing it. And yeah, let's just do it. But yeah, if you were watching NXT, you would have seen this and you would have got it. Also, there's the picture of the new tag team champions, women tag team champions, Fallon Henley and Kiana James. And, you know, maybe they have a better chance of holding on to those titles than Anthony does of muting the mic when he coughs. But I guess we're going to have to wait and see which one's going to happen first. And now we're here with Dijak and Wesley, which was, in my opinion, and I'd love to know if you agree with me, Anthony. I thought this was the match of the night on Saturday.
Oh, yeah. I just want, at what point did Dijak break his finger?
That's a great question. And I'm thinking it happened during the end of the match, like the last couple of spots. Because there was a lot of high velocity sequences going on towards the last like 5-10 minutes of the match. And there was times where Wesley like was flying at this man at such a fast speed. He must have caught an elbow, a shoulder, a chin. Who knows what did that? Something, you know, impacted that. That's a big impact right there at dislocation like that. But sometimes not. You never know. Sometimes the slightest tap with the right force just, you know, sends the finger flying.
But did you see his finger? Like, it was like...
Oh, yeah, I got a picture of it. Don't worry. You'll see it right here. There's the nice kick to the face from Dijak. And there's the finger right there for all of you to see. I guys, you might want to turn away. It's a little gross to look at. But, you know, Dijak and Wesley, they absolutely killed this match. I loved it. I was a big fan of it. The right guys won the tag team titles. Gallus, you know, well-deserving team from the UK. And 100% deserved this victory here, that gold, and the run that they're about to have right now. They deserve it because they should be on the main roster. There's no difference between their work ethic and the work ethic of a team called FTR.
Oh, exactly.
That's what separates them from almost every other tag team that you're used to in the North American version of NXT. Because they are, you know, basically treated like rock stars here. They have a rock star facility. And, you know, until recently, they were only wrestling once a week on TV. Where these guys were going all over the place, wrestling the indie circuits, wrestling on NXT UK. So they deserve it, man. I'm very happy.
Were they ever on
for the
did
Gauntlet?
They ever go to Dark before? Did they ever go do Dark before NXT, these guys?
Like AEW?
Yeah.
I'm not 100% on that. I don't recall ever seeing them on a dark, but there's been a lot of darks, and sometimes there's darks that don't even make it to air. You know, the one where I was on TV in Atlantic City, that one, I was looking for that on TV forever. I still haven't been able to find that match on YouTube. You know, I want to see that live shot of me getting yelled at by Aubrey Edwards. I mean, that was incredible. And by the way, guys in the chat, if you haven't seen that video, let me know, and maybe I'll play it for you. Obviously, Roxanne Perez, which was the right call because Roxanne Perez has been impressing me as of late. It took some time, but she's winning me over. She has good work ethic, and she's a good wrestler. She gets in the ring. She does a lot of great high spots. And lately, for the last 3-4 months, I haven't been seeing some of the same mistakes I saw a few months ago. Well, more than a few months, so maybe like 6 months ago. You know what I mean? She's not making those same mistakes anymore. She's killing her spots. That pop rocks off the top rope to finish the match was gorgeous. You know, I'm sure you agree with that.
She really did a really good job Saturday night.
Yeah.
That was a really good match.
She is going to have to hold the title for a while, but I you know, we're going to talk exactly about what that title picture is going to look like at the end of the night. Also, big shout out to Carmelo Hayes putting down Apollo Crews 2-0 on a on a pay-per-view. Jake, the Tribal Chief, what's going on? We appreciate you being here, man. We appreciate you always asking me what's up. Good dude over here. Steven Chambers reminding us that he dislocated that finger and did Dijak. But Jake, the Tribal Chief, NXT was lackluster tonight. I can't say it was lackluster tonight because Tiffany Stratton was on the show, my friend. And if you know who Tiffany Stratton is, she's the biggest star. I mean, maybe I got to go full screen for this one, Anthony. Maybe you guys didn't hear me the first time I said this many weeks ago on my show, but Tiffany Stratton is the brightest star in NXT today. And what she's going to do over the next, I'd say 11 months, is going to blow your mind. So don't ever disrespect NXT again if Tiffany Stratton is on an episode of it. Because even 30 seconds of Tiffany Stratton is worth 2 hours of your time. Every time. Do you agree with that, Anthony?
Yeah.
All
I do.
right.
I'm really liking a lot of things from her right now. She's Steven.
Well, we're gonna get
Steven
into
Chambers. Steven Chambers said it perfectly. She's money. And I'm
Well,
gonna
apparently a lot of people are money. Carmelo's money. But apparently Carmella took a shot at him, I think, on the old Twitter machine over there, and basically was like, yeah, I don't want you using my catchphrase anymore. Come up with your own. And, you know, Wesley came back and said exactly this. He said, yeah, you know what? You're right. You know, using the same catchphrase gets boring.
Oh, my God.
So, you know, I liked Carmelo's response on Twitter. It sounded like something MJF would say. I feel like Carmelo has MJF-like qualities, and maybe he can even wrestle better than MJF. Maybe. I don't know yet. I have to see MJF in this Iron Man match to really make sure MJF is who I think he is. But I think he is that guy. I think he's more than that guy. But let's not talk about MJF. Let's not derail NXT with MJF. Carmelo Hayes is the man, though. Eric Douglas, what if Blair Davenport was the one who attacked Nikita? I would love to see that. That sounds like a lot of fun, actually. There's a lot of people that could have attacked Nikita. Just so you guys know, later tonight, we are going to talk about Toxic Attraction. We are going to talk about Bailey. We are going to talk about G.G. Dolan, J.C. Jane. And we're going to talk about the women's division and what's going to happen to it after what happened tonight. And if you don't know what happened tonight, you're going to want to stick around and see this and hear this. It was good shit, as Vince would say. It was good shit what happened tonight. But let's keep it rolling. We see the role model, Bailey, now working her way into the Performance Center. She's going to have a ding-dong, you know, right here. Ding-dong, hello. With special guest Toxic Attraction. We'll talk about that later tonight.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that later tonight. Let's save it all for that because that's the end of the show. But let's talk about Mr. Money over here, Mr. Mello, coming out with Trick Williams. I mean, these guys look like money. I don't care what Carmella says. They do look like money. They have the look. They have the skills on the mic. And Trick Williams has honestly impressed me over the past year. He's really worked hard to be that perfect wingman for Carmelo Hayes. You know, so this way he's not, you know, always, he doesn't have to talk all the time, Carmelo. And he shouldn't talk all the time. He should only talk when it's time to get paid.
Exactly.
Now, JD McDonough, he came out after this. Trick Williams, Carmelo, they kick off NXT. They say they turned Apollo Crews Vision, you know, a Vision Seer into a Stevie Wonder. And all right, Trick, let me hit one of my catchphrases, Carmelo says. He goes to say Mello is. Trick says, not that one. Not that one. Don't say that one. I was on the logo when I shot that shot. I said I was going to get 2 straight, and that's what I did. Apollo had the right visions. He just had it with the wrong one. The NXT universe is everything that I say I am. I am the one. I am him. History does not lie. There's one more man that needs to get put on a t-shirt and only one event that can hold the both of us. This is my destiny. And that man I'm talking about is... Of course, we all know he's talking about Braun Breaker. I don't know what Anthony's doing over there with the mic. I think he's getting into a fight with the mic stand.
No, I was turning off the mic.
He's like punching it. Man, just click your button over there. Are you on the PC or the phone?
PC.
Yeah, there's a little button over your head that says
okay.
mute, man. Jesus Christ. Anthony, wow.
I'm having I had a day today, all right?
Tell me about your day. Tell everybody about your day, man. Let's talk about your day.
Well, I'm I'm a photographer, so I was working at a school today, and the kids were a complete nightmare. We got
kids again.
Yeah, we were. We
Let's
got
hear
there
this
at 3.
story. This should be good.
We got there at 3:00, like 2:30. Didn't leave till like almost 7.
Nice.
Yeah, the wrestling team that we were trying to shoot, they were not. They were not listening, and
All right,
it
come
was
on, man.
quite a long process.
4.5 hours. You complaining about 4.5 hours? Was it a
Doing
long?
what
It was
we
a
do?
long. It was a long 4.5 hours, basically.
Yeah.
You know what? Shut the fuck up and do it with a smile on your face and be happy you even have a fucking job. Because there's some bum under a bridge. He doesn't have anything to eat tonight. He's wet. He's cold. Doesn't have food for his dog. Probably has a cat too.
All right.
Walking around with a parrot. He can't feed his parrot, his dog, and his cat. You're worried about 4.5 hours with some little cute kids? No, I know. Kids are animals. I saw a good saying today. It says, I love kids unless they're not mine. Like,
Yeah.
So, everybody loves their kids, but other kids are like a nightmare. I understand. Trust me.
Yeah.
But anyway, JD McDonough comes out and says, it sounds like you were about to challenge for NXT Championship, you entitled generational piece of shit. Well, he didn't say that, but he should have. That would have sounded better. You want everyone to think you're the coolest member of the roster? Yeah, sure, you are the coolest. But in the ring, where it matters, you cannot hold my jockstrap. You are not ready for the big title, and you are not ready to be the face of this brand. Look who it is. Trick. Look who it is. It's the UK bar setter trying to come off the bench for me. I thought I beat everyone. JD, count your entrances, your T-shirts, This is what JD's talking about us. Count your entrances, count your T-shirts. I'm counting body parts, man. I send people to the emergency room. You better call 911 and tell them you're coming. Carmelo says we can not let you run your mouth, why not let's just do a one-on-one tonight. Match that's set up for tonight. In my opinion, this should have been the main event. This is a hell of a match. Ding dong, hello. Should not have been the main event, but that's just my opinion. No offense to Bailey or Toxic Attraction, but I don't see any gold around their waist. I don't see them, doing anything special right now. They're not. They're all losers. They've all been losing. You got Bailey, who lost to Becky last night. You got Toxic that lost to Roxanne on Saturday. Meanwhile, you got Carmelo Hayes, who just beat Apollo Crews on a pay-per-view and a banger of a match, probably the second best match of the night, if I'm being honest.
Oh yeah.
And he's not in the main event tonight.
Yeah, like they should have put that ding dong hello segment in the middle of the show instead of where they put that match.
Eric, I think Cora's more than okay. I love Cora Jade. I actually think she's better than Roxanne Perez, but that's why they're going to let Roxanne have the title first, because it's going to hurt so much more when Cora Jade takes it from her. Don't think Cora Jade isn't taking that title. Roxanne's going to put down a lot of people before it's Cora's turn, but when it's Cora's turn, I see her getting that title off of Roxanne Perez. It's the only story that makes sense. All right, let's keep it going. We get a segment between Fallon and Kiana James. Fallon says, I watched the match and you cheated. We're going to have to give them a rematch. Fallon says, are you going to tell Brooks who you were on the phone with, or am I going to tell him? And then all of a sudden, that turns into a surprise party. Everybody's so happy. It's a party for the new NXT Women's Tag Team Champions. Whoop-de-doo. All right, we'll get more into them later. We're going to get more of that crap. Now we get a segment. It's not crap. They're actually great women's champions. Just the storytelling aspect of it should be so much better.
Yeah.
Briggs and Jensen just drag them down, if I'm being all honest right now. I don't think Fallon or Kiana need either of those hillbillies.
They should honestly just separate them, not completely break them up, but kind of let those two kind of do their thing.
I like Roxanne Perez. God damn it. Who says I didn't like Roxanne Perez? What I don't like is I don't like a baby face. I like a bad guy because I'm a bad guy. All right? I get along with the bad guys.
Chat, don't let them fool you.
No, I'm a heel, man. Don't get it twisted, all right? There's nothing. You better calm the fuck down or I'll call up I'll call up Phil Insane. I'll have him come to your house and bring you some fresh meat. He'll show up to your house with a fucking pig with its head cut off.
No thanks.
He'll make the bacon fresh for you. You sure? You want an omelet from Phil Insane? I do like Roxanne Perez. She's awesome. She's a great champion. But I think Cora Jade's better. That's just my opinion, Mick Thompson. I'm sorry if I upset you. I think he left. He's gone. He's gone. You know who else is gone tonight? Grayson Waller, because he got suspended because he decided to run into Shawn Michaels' office and tell him what? Because I'm not your fan, I don't get a push. What do I have to be like Razor Ramon for you to like me? Jesus Christ. Jeez.
I gotta say though, real quick, I honestly love that. That was
good shit.
That was good.
It was good shit. It was 100% good shit. And here we are. Now we're talking about this match. Sol Ruca versus Zoe Starks. Fans were trying to get under the skin of Zoe earlier, but Sol Ruca took control early in this match, sending Starks to the outside. Nice kicks, the roll back into the ring. Zoe now with a stiff right hand, the Irish whip into the turnbuckle. And then that was actually a good spot. She threw in that turnbuckle very hard. She doesn't let go. She pops right into the snapmare and then the running clothesline. Another snapmare into another stiff clothesline, a cover and a kick out by Sol Ruca. This is why Zoe Starks is so good. That first spot, you go back and just watch that wrestling ability from Zoe Starks. The way she delivers moves, the way she gets in the ring, the way she walks, the way she hits her shots. Zoe Starks is, in my opinion, as far as wrestling goes, she is the best female wrestler in NXT right now. Without question. When it comes to pure wrestling ability and delivering the moves and execution, Zoe is on another level. She's like top tier wrestler talent. She's really good. Okay, Zoe stays aggressive. She goes for the Stinger Splash. Now Sol Ruca fights back with a drop kick, a front flip, Stinger Splash. Now Starks with different kicks, sends Sol to the apron. Now we get shoulder thrust with Sol Ruca to stay alive. She tries to stay into the match, but, she goes into like a springboard splash, but Zoe was able to just quickly get her knees up, hits her GTS, and gets the 1-2-3. Zoe continues the attack on Sol Ruca, but Sol Ruca was able to hit her little flip cutter off the top rope, all that, good stuff we all love. Let's take a look at some of the action. You see the ladies in the ring, nice ring gear tonight, nice bright colors. And then the match was quick. This is how the match started, and then this is how the match ended. And that's that. That GTS is money. This match is over. Anthony, what did you think of this match?
I actually did enjoy that match. I thought Sol Ruca she performed well. Zoe, I just want to know when the hell they're calling this girl up. When the hell are they calling her up? She needs to be on the main roster like ASAP.
I don't think she needs the NXT title at this point.
No, she don't.
She does.
No,
you get her. You get her on Raw or SmackDown. She'll be a women's champion.
I honestly think that they should put her on SmackDown because imagine a match with her and Rhea Ripley.
Oh, that would kill.
Christ.
That would kill. Or her and Shayna Baszler. Give me her and Shayna Baszler.
Whoever.
I'm very upset that Shayna Baszler has to get dragged into this tag team escapade by Ronda Rousey because it's going to happen any day now. They're going to come out. I bet you we see this. I'm calling it right now. On Raw or SmackDown eventually, we're going to see Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler fight Toxic Attraction for a shot at the tag team titles at WrestleMania.
Not this year.
This year.
No. I'm gonna agree with that, but I honestly think that it's gonna be Shotzi. It's gonna be Shotzi and Raquel at WrestleMania against her and against Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler. That's what I'm seeing. I don't like it.
You don't like it? I don't like it either. I think we're gonna just see like a tournament kind of thing happen, and Toxic's gonna be in it. They're gonna win their side. Ronda and Shayna are gonna win their side. They're gonna just squash Toxic and go on to destroy Damage Control at Mania.
Yeah,
Or maybe Shayna and Ronda just dump on Damage Control on a Monday night, right? Just come, show up, challenge them, dump on them, and then we get a tournament. And they just dump on Toxic Attraction.
Well,
at Mania.
Or why not? Because they've been doing this thing with like bringing guys from the main roster down, and people from the main roster down. Obviously, they did it with Bayley tonight. Why not bring Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler down to NXT to bring more notice to that product more?
There's a lot of possibilities, man, and that's the reason why we watch. We watch to just have all these different ideas and fantasy bookings and storytelling, and just have shit like this. But we got to keep it moving, man, because we're getting off the rails over here. There it is, right there. Zoe Starks. Oh boy, now we got to get to this. We get a match between Daba Kato versus Dante Chen. I guess this was Commander Aziz, and now he's Daba Kato, and he's fighting Dante Chen. But first, we're going to see this little commercial hyping up SmackDown. They want you to know Jay might not show up to SmackDown, but what's going to happen? The Bloodline story. Bleh. All right.
I'm honestly getting sick and tired of it now.
All right. Yeah. Then we get a segment.
But I'm sick and tired of it.
Here's the celebration now. I told you we're going to get more in detail. Celebration with Briggs and Jensen. Kiana, Fallon Henley are Pretty Deadly. Pretty Deadly, they look like they haven't slept in days. Since Vengeance Day, probably. Chase U celebrating as well as Pretty Deadly. Says we are the reason you two are, not the champs. And then Andre Chase is pissed off. He starts cursing. He doesn't care how tired they are. Tonight, Pretty Deadly's going to get their ass kicked. And there's the little shot right there. Pretty Deadly's going to get their asses kicked tonight. Pretty Deadly out here looking like zombies. They played this really well. Now let's get to that match between Daba Kato versus Dante Chen. Daba with the huge chops, tossing around Chen in the match, which is, to me, I thought it was going to be a squash match. But Dante did get some offense off. There was like huge shoulder thrust. Dante fights back, even gets the crowd behind him. They were chanting for him. Has multiple shots. Nice axe kick. Actually put Daba down to his knees. Then he gets a double-handed chop, and Dabo just rocks Chen with a one-handed chop that grounds him, and now a huge sit-down power bomb. This match is over. They try to get an interview with Dabo, and they ask him, why did he attack Apollo? Dabo says Apollo knows what he did, and that's why I dropped his ass. Oh, well, there's Jay again. Just the WWE wants you to know. Friday Night SmackDown, Bloodline. What'd you think of this guy's debut, Ant?
I was impressed.
Okay.
I didn't like some. I wish he was used on the main roster. I would have liked to see him on the main roster.
Finally out of catering. That's a great comment. Yeah, he definitely needs a mic piece for sure. For sure. Absolutely. All right. Let's get into the next part. We get a video of last week, Indus Sher versus the Creed brothers. And now the doctors were kind of like checking out Ivy Nile, working on her. And then, of course, who shows up? I wasn't expecting this, but Isla Dawn and Alba Fire show up. And then Dawn just says Tatum is a raindrop and she's a lone wolf. And she wants to know why she attacked the Lions. And she just come out here straight up accusing her. And I would have never thought of Tatum Paxley, running over Nikita Lyons. You think Tatum Paxley ran over Nikita Lyons?
No, I honestly think I don't know, a part of me feels like it was Zoe Stark.
It was Zoe. Man, maybe Zoe Starks wished for it, and Isla Dawn just made it happen. I think Isla Dawn
probably paid her off.
I think Isla Dawn did this shit because why else would she be going around accusing other people? Because maybe she wants to get the heat off her.
Maybe
it all starts with her. Maybe she had a vision that Zoe Starks was like, I wish she would get hit by a car, and then Isla Dawn's like, okay, let's make that happen for you.
Yeah, to get her out of the title picture.
Possibility. But now we're gonna get a matchup because of this. But there's a little interview that happened where the former women tag team champions just confront Roxanne Perez talking shit to her, saying, you know, like, what the hell? Like, what did you know about being a tag team champion? You don't have any friends around here. We're not going to get a rematch like you. Where's our rematch? No one's talking about us. They're just talking about you. She's like, oh, I have friends. I'll make a phone call. You'll see what kind of friends I have. Blah, 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 blah. This was bad. I didn't like this. I don't know.
I didn't like it.
You have no friends here. You would not understand. Perez says, how about I make a phone call and I show you I do have some friends? I don't know, man. Seemed like some junior high shit. But now we get the match. Isla Dawn with Alba Fire.
I mean,
go ahead.
Real quick. Isn't it what it is a lot with the women's division? Like high school, it's like I don't like you. I'm gonna fight you. It's like, huh? Where's like substance?
It's terrible.
Where's reasoning?
Substance.
Like, yeah,
Substance,
like I
what's
like, yeah, right. NXT, but it's like
Substance.
the other thing I want to say is this: like, where was the crowd tonight in a lot of the matches?
The crowd?
They weren't. It's like they weren't alive.
No, half these matches were terrible. I understand what he's talking about when it said it was lackluster. You know, if it wasn't for Tiffany Stratton saving this show. And Jake, if you're still there and listening, hope you know I was messing around, man. I love you. But let's get back to this matchup, all right? Tatum starts off fast and furious in the match with vicious intent. Arm drags. Isla Dawn comes back quick with a leg drop to the back of the neck. Slingshots Paxley off the top rope. Running knees to the face, and now the cover and the kick out from Paxley. Paxley with a chin breaker. Quick roll up, kick out by Dawn. Now more flying forearms by Paxley. Rise up Enziguri. Runs into the corner, catches the boot by Isla Dawn. Paxley with a gut wrench suplex. And now Paxley goes for the crossbody and misses. Isla Dawn now with the death elbow drop finish. 1, 2, 3. Isla Dawn goes on to win this match. I actually thought Paxley kind of looked impressive tonight, but I do like Isla Dawn and Alba Fire together. I think they're going to make a great team.
Yeah. I'm going to be honest. Like, I was sitting here watching the match. I'm like, did we really need this match?
Eric over here makes a great point. She is very scary, and I think she plays her role very well. And because of how good she plays it in, Alba Fire can then fit in there as part of her stable. Because right now, this is the Isla Dawn show. Let's not twist that. This is not the Alba Fire show. It's just not. Now we're going to get next into this match. Before I even read the notes for this match, we get a promo for JD, Carmelo match coming up, hyping us up. We even see a limo roll up. Did you notice the limo roll up tonight?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know who it was at that point. I was kind of like, I should have knew, but I didn't even think about it. What'd you think about this match before I read off these notes? Because this match was great.
Jesus Christ! Like, I have no words for it because it was just that damn good. Like, those two guys are ring generals. The both of them. I wanted to say something about the promo. I loved the zingers that Carmelo was throwing out there. The mic skills on the both of them is incredible. These are two main roster guys right here that are ready. That when Shawn Michaels thinks that they're ready, those two guys are going to make the biggest impact on the main roster. You're muted, Savage.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Let's get right into it. JD McDonough, Carmelo Hayes going at it very quickly. Counter after counter to start things off. JD gets annoyed, starts chopping the hell out of Carmelo, who sends JD to the outside. We get a springboard attack, rolls him back in the ring, and now has him in the corner. Multiple shots being landed by Carmelo Hayes. JD comes back with stiff kicks and an elbow to the head. Irish whip and a huge pop-up face buster from JD to Carmelo. JD with a running elbow drop, now laying shots in all over the face of Hayes. JD with a nasty backdrop suplex, goes for the vertical suplex. Carmelo counters, but now JD picks him up, drops him gut first on the top rope. After Carmelo bounces off JD, goes for the cover as we go to break. back from. JD was in control with a hard Irish whip, but Carmelo counters with his own hard Irish whip, back body drop. Now the roll up on JD. We get a cover and a kick out. Both men rolling around trying to counter. Inside cradle after inside cradle. Now JD hits the Spanish fly, goes for the cover. Kick out from Carmelo Hayes. JD with a snapmare. The stomps. Now JD hits the top ropes. Carmelo with a rise up kick. Now lands the kick to the back of the head and the springboard drop kick on JD. Both men now back in the middle of the ring. Carmelo with a bicycle kick. And holy shit, Anthony, what the hell in the mother of Christ are you doing? Mute your mic if you're going to touch your microphone. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh my God. Now a barrage of shots. The springboard leaping attack into the suplex cutter. Cover and a kick out. That suplex cutter was gorgeous, by the way. That suplex cutter was gorgeous. Carmelo goes for the crossface, and JD's able to get free after touching the bottom rope. Both men bridge up. JD goes for the sit-down powerbomb. Carmelo counters. JD able to try again. This time connects. We get a cover and a kick out from Carmelo. Moments later, Carmelo lands the nasty code breaker, sets up JD. Nope. JD with a hard shot plants Carmelo, and now Dragunov out of nowhere comes back, causing the distraction, and Carmelo is able to pick up the win. Dragunov goes on to attack JD, chases him right out of the arena. There he is right there, just beating the hell out of JD, and JD's not having it. He just gets the hell out of there. So the man in the limo, yeah, we're going to leave that up there for a second. Actually, we'll go to this one too. Wow, the future of NXT looks fantastic. Look at it. Look at the future of NXT right here, Anthony. What do you think about that future, Ant? We're going to you, man. What do you
Very bright.
Right back. Let's see. Let's flash. Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. The future right here. But what did you think about that match? Honestly, man, like, it should have been the main event, right?
Yeah. I don't know if you heard what I said, but when those two guys, Carmelo Hayes and McDonough, get to the main roster, those are going to be two of the biggest difference makers of the men's roster.
Yeah, they absolutely have all the stuff. I'm a huge fan of JD McDonough and Carmelo Hayes. Both of them are probably equal at this point, but JD is such a master in the ring, man. He's just a master at what he does.
I would love to see those guys
gimmick
on, like, you know, on a Raw or SmackDown as a main event. Like, they would have bring that feud. That's money. That feud would be money.
Yeah, I can see Carmelo being a different breed. He's just a little younger than JD. Carmelo, after another 3-4 years, he's going to be dangerous. He's going to be dangerous.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I need to crack that. That was good. It was a good crack. But let's get back to what I was talking about just now, which is Tiffany Stratton. I mean, absolute superstar. We got a promo. Thea Hale, Tiffany Stratton. Thea has a question. Why don't you like Chase U? It's a fun place. Everyone's really nice. Tiffany says Chase U is annoying, tacky, and no one likes it. And no one wants to go there ever. Thea says, I have to breathe. Okay? Stop and listen, Blondie. All you care about is yourself and your hair and your nails and your car, and everything's about you. Thea says, all I care about is Chase U. We are open arms to anyone and everyone. And if you're not down with that, I got 2 words for you. She goes on to actually say, suck it, and then gets kidnapped. And I wasn't able to get a good shot of this because it happened so quickly. I was like, what the hell's happening? Oh, my God. And it was over. But Ava Raine, yes, Ava Raine, a member of the Schism, kidnapped Thea Hale. And I was devastated. Anthony.
I honestly, I loved it. I thought that was a great segment.
It was.
I thought.
Yeah.
You know.
It was perfect. It was perfectly executed.
Just the mere fact that Tiffany Stratton was just like, yo, Chase U sucks. I don't want to be a part of it. Like, can she be any more perfect?
No.
Impossible.
No, she's perfect. You know what's not perfect? This next match.
Didn't know that one.
Valentina Feroz, and she's with Wendy Chu
Garbage.
versus Valkyrie, right? Whatever the fuck. Feroz with arm drag and another arm drag and another arm drag, and then Valkyrie with educated feet dropping. Feroz catches her cross body attempt, and then Feroz turns it into a submission, but Valkyrie quickly escapes. Now hammer and anvil shots. Feroz with Hurricane Rana. Both ladies run into each other like the Three Stooges and almost break each other's noses because they don't know what the hell's going on in the ring, and they don't remember what spot they're on. On live TV, they just ram each other in the face. Big mistake. Elektra ends up handing Feroz the brass knuckles. And then she doesn't even connect with him. Valkyrie just lands just like this big roundhouse kick, and it looked like she just knocked her the hell out over that spot, maybe. I don't know. That looked real.
I was watching this match, and I'm like, first of all, did you see the entrance with Wendy Chu and her? Like, before they went to commercial, they're like breakdancing, and I'm like,
nah, it was bad. It was bad. You could see
what?
You could see the brass knuckles in this picture right there in her little hand. You see the brass knuckles, and she's doing a good job right there. I'll give Valkyrie that. She did a good job with this pin because she's like, oh, this girl has brass knuckles. I better really get this arm locked down so she doesn't knock me the hell out with it. She made that that actually looked good. That was the best part of the match was the end. The end. I loved it.
Because it was over.
When this match was over, I was genuinely excited. I couldn't wait to see what was next. I mean, I've never been happier this year when a match ended than that match tonight.
It's just the beginning, like with the entrances when they were just Wendy Chu was breakdancing with a friggin' pillow.
We gotta be careful.
I'm trying.
I gotta try too. I try. Just say fudge or hell or what the crap.
Like, I was literally sitting there watching this, going, "Are you kidding me?"
No. But now we see footage of Wesley and his day traveling to Charlotte for Vengeance Day. We see his wife says that he's going to be the North American champion forever because he deserves it. And then that is going to go right into an interview with Wesley. And of course, Tony, the Don, D'Angelo, has to interrupt with Stacks. He says, did you see me in that video diary or Stacks over there? Wes, you reap the benefits of our actions over here. And Wesley says, I never asked for your help. Next week, I got an open challenge. Maybe one of you two will have the cannolis to answer it. I don't know how I feel about the line. Was it funny? Did you think it was funny? And everyone in the chat right now, I want to know, is that line funny? Next week, open challenge. Maybe one of you two will have the cannolis to answer it. Forget about it.
I'm going to be honest. I didn't even hear that because you heard the music in the background go off.
I heard it. That's my job, though. My job is to hear these little things that you miss. That's my job.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm going to just say this.
Hold on, guys. We got to check live right now because there could be history happening right now. Okay? There could be history happening right now. I'm going to share the screen with you, and let's find out live together if fucking LeBron James, and excuse my F-bomb, but let's see if LeBron James over here has broken the record yet for the most points of all time. So we have the Lakers and the Thunder. Lakers only have 64 points. We got the Lakers right here. LeBron James has 20 points already, and that's why his team is losing. His team is losing by 10 points because LeBron James has 20 points. And I bet you he's taken probably God knows how many shots because he needs 36 points to break the record tonight, Anthony. He needs 36 points. He's got 20 right now. But that's why his team's losing by 10. His team's going to lose this game, and he's going to be bragging about breaking the record of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar while his team is losing this game.
What channel is this game on?
I don't know. Just make sure you keep it muted so we don't hear it in the background. It's probably on TNT. What's tonight? Tuesday? Probably TNT.
Yeah.
Probably TNT. But we're going to keep track of that throughout the night, folks. Anthony's got the game on, so I'm sure, when LeBron starts, creaming himself all over the court after he wins, or, not wins, breaks the record.
There's 9.8 seconds left.
Actually, this game's probably scripted. This whole game's probably fake. He's probably going to get 37 points tonight. They're going to win. by a miraculous, like, hey, he's gonna have like a sky hook to win the game.
It's gonna be like,
break the record at the same time. It's probably scripted like a damn Disney movie.
No, actually, it's gonna be scripted like a Super Bowl.
Yo, I'm sorry, Steve. I don't really do this on the show. I don't really go into sports, and that's probably why you guys stick around with me, because I don't really get too off the rails as far as wrestling goes. We usually stay on wrestling, but this is a big deal. It's a big record. Most points of all time in the NBA. He's gonna break it. I want to know about it. I want to know if it happens. But you're right. This is a wrestling show. We'll get back to it. Tony D'Angelo. I don't know how I feel about this whole storyline. I don't see Wesley losing the title, and right now it looks like Tony D and Stacks are going to be like the punching bag for Wesley, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, am I wrong about that?
No. I agree with you on that.
No, absolutely. I love sports too, man. But we try to do a wrestling show over here. I don't watch sports enough anymore. It's hard, man. It's just not enough time in the day to do everything. I don't even play video games anymore. I don't play video games. I played GoldenEye like for 10 minutes the other night. I couldn't do it. Couldn't even play more than 10 minutes. Couldn't do it.
I play NHL for like about an hour.
Maybe NBA. I could probably play NBA a little bit. We get a promo now from Tyler Bate. I'll tell you what I am going to play. When AEW Wait Forever comes out, I'll be playing it. Tyler Bate, you have to learn how to lose. Because honestly, you disrespected HBK, and that's not going to fly around here. You're suspended, but next week your suspension is over. You want to disrespect someone next week, try to disrespect me. Come over here and try to disrespect me. I want to see you do it. Now we get a match. Odyssey Jones versus Stacks Lorenzo. Stacks trying to knock down Jones, which is not going to work well for him. Now Jones with a colossal shoulder tackle that just rocks Stacks. This might have been a clothesline too. Wasn't really paying attention, but it looked huge and massive because I caught it by a second. I was like, oh my God, what was that? It was hard and fast. Now Jones launches Stacks with the hip toss. Jones places Stacks on the top rope, starts clobbering on him. Stacks with a drop kick, putting Jones on his knees, trying to apply the chin lock, which is not wise. But Jones then breaks loose, continues to run over Stacks, then hits a huge sidewalk slam, rolls over Stacks. Stacks now makes his way to the outside, but beating continues on the outside. He just rolls Stacks back in the ring after beating on him a little bit. Stacks then catches the DDT as Jones is getting back in the ring. Now a big running right hand from Stacks, and then Stacks sets up the curb stop, except he uses his knee, not his foot, to get the job done. And there's the shot of the knee. You see the knee just driving the head into the mat like a modified curb stomp. I really am a fan of that. I like that.
He looked great in that ring tonight.
Surprisingly, this was a really good match. Savage.
I honestly think it was a squash match against a big dude.
Eric, you weren't here before when I was ranting and raving about Tiffany Stratton for like 5 minutes. I'll rant and rave for her for another 26 minutes if you really want me to. Do I like Tiffany? Yes. I think she's incredible. She's a superstar. No question about it.
Who do you see her, before we get back to this, before we get back to Tony D and that whole thing, who do you see her facing who do you see Tiffany facing on the main roster?
On the main roster? She's going to go through the roster for a while, man, before she gets her way around to the top. Right away, she's obviously going to be taking on Thea Hale. Maybe she'll take on, let's see. She might lose to Zoe Starks.
On the main roster?
No, on this roster, man. We're talking NXT.
I was talking about
on the main roster?
Stratton on the main roster. Like, who do you see her facing? Like,
I'd have to see who's even on the main roster when she gets there. But if it was like right now, modern day, I'd put her up against Charlotte Flair ASAP. If it was like tonight, she looks better than her. No doubt about it. Tony D'Angelo's future is uncertain. I really don't know what they're doing with this guy right now. I'm hoping he gets slingshotted into the main title picture after Carmelo gets the title,
Yeah, I see that. I see that happening. I think they're just giving Tony something to do right now.
I just like to see him get a title run eventually. But now we get a Indus Sheer promo, and they say, no one believed us when we said we were going to do what we did. An entire region of this planet rejoiced, and we deserve to be treated like the superstars that we are. We look over the landscape in NXT, and there's no tag team in WWE who can beat us. Our NXT takeover has begun, and it ends when we are all draped in gold. So Jinder Mahal made it clear, and, you know, we didn't even talk about this. Everybody, you want to talk about Braun Breaker and Carmelo Hayes and, D'Angelo. Jinder Mahal's going to be NXT champion this year.
This is what I was talking about a couple weeks ago. That dude looks so badass with those two guys.
Yo, that's a great comment. Ava took Thea Hale to the Uso penitentiary. Maybe, man. She came back scared as shit, man. Oh, I know she is. Yeah, no, I know. She's a boss. Tiffany Stratton is an absolute boss. But yeah, you're going to see all three of these guys draped in gold just because Jinder Mahal said it tonight.
Yeah, these guys look badass.
Him winning that NXT title and then Indus Sheer having the NXT title, do you even understand what that's going to do for the brand of NXT worldwide? They're going to crack 1 million.
But who would you see? Would you see Jinder taking it off of Carmelo?
Maybe, yeah. And then maybe Tony takes it off Carmelo. So you leave Tony and Carmelo on the same plate.
Huh.
Jinder's a big enough superstar that if he wanted to like cash in that chip and say, yeah, I'll do it. I want that run. They're going to give it to him. Because it won't. Him and Indus Sheer having those NXT titles, and if they could get like a bad female, you know, to join their faction too, or maybe 2, maybe 3, and then they literally have all the gold, bro. Like the Bollywood Mafia or something.
Yeah. That would be interesting. That would be, and then I feel like if they were to bring, like if they were to bring Jinder and Indus Sheer back, bring them up to the main roster, now they would do damage. The whole main roster of either SmackDown or Raw would be done. In my mind,
I think this is going to do big things for Jinder Mahal's career. It's going to be like a resurgence. Same for Apollo Crews. I think Apollo's going to go back to the main roster stronger than he left it. And Jinder, I've always been a fan of Jinder. He's awesome. All right, he's awesome. Indus Sheer's awesome, and they will win gold this year. I promise you that. Now we see Roxanne Perez again, letting us know that next week she's going to be teaming up with Meiko Satomura, or Satomura. I might be butchering that. I'm sorry. I don't know. Now we get a match, Chase U versus Pretty Deadly. Pretty Deadly coming out. They look like absolute shit. They look like zombies. They did a great job with the makeup and then their facials and really playing it off. And their acting tonight was Oscar-worthy. Thea is missing from the picture. She doesn't come out with Chase U. Duke says she's a big girl and she can take care of herself. Pretty Deadly looks dead tired. They look like zombies. You know, presentation was great. They went out of their way to make these guys play it off very well. They can barely make it down to the ring or the ramp for that matter. Duke with a big shoulder block. Now Duke with a chopping forearms, just chopping Prince out of the ring. Now Kip with a tag. Chase U making quick work. Andre with a sweep on Kip. Duke with elbow drop. Now Andre just rolling Kip around the ring, going for multiple covers. Kip yelling, "What's the point?" Chase just whooping ass, saying that's a teachable moment. Yes, boy, out of nowhere. Now Deadly, they got some confidence back after connecting with one more shot, one more piece of offense. They're all of a sudden alive now. Duke back in, just slamming Kip all over the place. Kicks and clubs and shots. He steps on his fingers. Now lands the sidewalk slam. Prince pulling on the rope as Duke goes flying over the top. Kip with a flying forearm sends Duke flying over the steel steps. Andre Chase now with a figure 4 dodges the splash by Prince. Now the DDT and the facebuster on both Pretty Deadly. We got a cover and a kick out. Prince sends Andre gut first on the ropes, and it looks like we got the double team gut buster cover. Duke saves the match. Duke sends Kip to the outside. Prince sends Duke to the outside, and now Andre with a Russian leg sweep and the Chase U stops. And then all of a sudden, Thea Hale comes out. She comes out. She's scared out of her mind. She's screaming. Pretty Deadly with a spilt milk. And they pick up the 1, 2, 3. So, Pretty Deadly, they're not the losers. They're the winners. What's up, man?
See, what doesn't make sense to me is that Chase got distracted for a second. And then he got his head back into the match. I don't like how I don't like how the ending of the match played out. I mean, I like how
it was okay.
I like the result. I think we could have went a different route to get there than making it look like, because the minute the distraction happened, you knew I knew it. I was like
100%. Yeah, that's why distractions happen. But it was still, it still keeps them looking strong. Even though Chase Yu ended up looking great tonight, right? They were kicking ass.
Yeah.
But then it still keeps Pretty Deadly on that same playing field because it was a distraction, but they didn't lose. And then we get a shot of the Gallus boys who are there watching everything. They're watching Pretty Deadly, keeping their eyes, holding their gold, and, basically keeping tabs on the tag team division. Now we get a promo between Drew Gulak, Hank Walker, and Charlie Dempsey. Gulak says, your new gear, it looks impressive. Charlie says it does not matter what your gear looks like. What matters is what you look like in the ring. You think your boy is ready for Wes Lee? Gulak says, I think he's ready for a rematch with you. And that's the end of this. I'm not even going to get into that. Next week, Wesley has an open challenge, and obviously Hank Walker is planning on making that challenge. Now let's get into the main event. Let's get into the Toxic Attraction and Temper. Ding Dong, hello. Match was all right. Yeah, it was all right. Nothing crazy. I agree with Steven Chambers. Jinder Mahal going to NXT is going to be the best thing that ever happened for him, man. Yeah, maybe they'll put them together. But we got to wait.
I honestly think that and this is what I was saying the first night, exactly what Steven Chambers just said. I'm loving this with Jinder. I'm loving it. I was never a Jinder Mahal fan, and now all of a sudden he's like, I'm loving everything he's doing.
All right. Well, let's talk about Ding Dong Hello. I know you're all wondering how I made it here after what that idiot Becky Lynch did to me last night, but I'm here because I'm the ultimate role model. And two of my favorites, Gigi Dolan and JC Jane, Toxic Attraction, both ladies showed up separately tonight. They were total pros using the door. They actually rang the doorbell. They came through the door. Bailey was loving it. JC says on Saturday, actually, what did she say? She said, we were supposed to be a team. JC says, you cost me the championship. Gigi says, you cost me the championship. Bailey's trying to find out what happened on Saturday. JC says, we were supposed to see a team, and you were supposed to be behind me. Gigi says, another JC excuse. If I would have won that title, you would have sunk into obscurity. JC says, on Saturday, you look like a hobo who banged a Chucky doll. Gigi says,
that was so good.
You saw my gear since you're always on your back watching the lights. I call that the JC Jane position. Bailey says, sounds like a split. What would you do what would you two do if you split up? Gigi says, I have not thought about that yet. JC says, it's my plan is to go straight to the top. Bailey says, vague answers. Don't you think it'd be easier if you have a ride or die by your side? Gigi says, Toxic Attraction has been my entire life for 3 years, and everyone hates me. JC says, if you think they hate you, what do you think they think about me? I'm out here calling everybody munchkins, talking trash to everybody. JC says, Bailey, you would know better than anyone. There is power in numbers. Look at Damage Control. You guys are on top of the world right now. I don't know about all that, but Gigi, why should I lie? No matter what happens, you will always be my sister. We have two options. We go our separate ways. We see what happens, or we can have one more run at the NXT tag team titles. And then, she says, what if we take a run at Damage Control for the WWE tag team titles? Bailey says, don't get excited, idiots. We're focusing on the now. And then we get right into it. And you see just JC Jane try to have her Shawn Michaels moment. She's trying to turn Gigi Dolan into Marty Jannetty, and I don't like it. Gigi Dolan should have snapped. Instead, she's just sitting there crying. She's crying, Anthony.
Yeah, I know. I saw that. I was like, oh, God. But what this did, though, this is making Gigi, because they need a heel and a babyface for this feud, obviously, in my opinion.
100%.
So
But
they
at the
made
end of the
her.
day, Shawn Michaels, right, had that moment with Marty Jannetty many years ago at the barbershop that Brutus had. And now, all these years later, we have a similar situation. They're a tag team. He sets up this whole ding dong hello thing. So we have this heel turn. And
But I don't
my
know.
question to you is this. Who do you think is going to end up benefiting more from this? Because now JC is going to be obviously the heel. And Gigi Dolan is now going to be straight up baby face. And people are going to love Gigi, I think.
I'm a Gigi. I'm a Dolan.
If they're fighting one day for a number one contender spot, who are you cheering for?
Oh, that's difficult because I like both of them a lot. But I would have, I mean, I gotta say, I honestly feel like with a lot of JC Jane's promos recently, I was like, she sounds like.
No, you got to pick one. God damn it! If you don't pick one, then what I'm
Hold
going to
on.
do to you, what I'm going to do to you is this: I'm sending this guy to your house.
Body's in this truck, and honestly, Tommy, I think you escaped tonight very luckily. And I think the next time you see Phil and Tommy, what do you got planned for Tommy the next time you see him? You got one over on you tonight.
He's coming for you, Ant.
Okay, if you let me finish, I'm going to tell you my result. I'm gonna go JC. I'm going JC.
All right. Steven Chambers going JC. How about Mick? How about, who else is in here, man? Eric's in here. I want to know what all you guys think, man. Jake, the tribal chief, if you're still in here.
What's funny is I don't know.
Aaron, what's going on?
If you were noticing, like, I'm very good with the attention to detail stuff. When JC Jane was raising her arm, you kind of saw Gigi just walking away a little bit because she was setting up. She saw something that we didn't see, but I kind of saw that. I was like, oh, she's setting up for. There's a turn that's going to happen at this point, and JC just gave her that kick right to the head. I knew it.
It's been a long time since I played that one. No, listen, it's a great split. I'm glad that they actually did it. They got it over with. They didn't make us wait for it. It just happened tonight. And honestly, I wasn't expecting it to happen tonight. But you kind of figured something was going on when, this whole thing would happen. Like, why is Bayley even here? And it obviously led to that.
Yeah, I honestly thought that it was going to lead to, like...
It was hard to get a read on the crowd, too. I couldn't really tell if the crowd was liking it or just shocked or... Obviously, some disconnect right there.
Yeah, I mean, the crowd was dead by this point.
They're obviously not going for the tag team gold. They're giving Isla Dawn and Alba Fire the big rub right now, man. So this way you can start feeling like this around here. That's what the NXT is going to feel like soon. Are you ready for it? Hope you're ready for it. All right, so was NXT good tonight?
Yeah, outside a couple segments and a couple matches.
No, NXT was incredible tonight. You know why? Because Tiffany Stratton was on the show.
Yes, okay, I'll give you that.
All right, when Tiffany Stratton's on the show, it's a good show. It's a good night. We're always correct. Are you watching AEW tomorrow?
I have a company thing, so I may watch it. I may watch it while I'm out.
It's the wrong answer.
No, I'm gonna watch it while I'm out.
You know what Phil Insane likes to use?
Oh, god damn.
He likes these. He uses them very well. Make sure you can hear it. I think I'm like losing my mind right now. I think I'm going like this right now. That's me. That's me right now. It's just not working well anymore.
Cause that's the bottom line. Cause Stone Cold said so.
I love that shit. I love wrestling too. What else do we got in the comments, man? AEW should be good tonight. I know there's a lot of things going on tomorrow night. We're actually going to have MJF wrestling tomorrow, which is going to be absolutely incredible. MJF versus Takeshita, Acclaimed versus the Guns. AEW is going to be an absolute banger, and that's what Steven Chambers thinks, and I agree with him. AEW tomorrow night is going to be an absolute banger. I guess we could go to, let's see what AEW is doing anyway on their stupid website tonight. Did they even update it? And what's going on with NBA?
It's 80-70 now.
80-70. And how many points does LeBron have? I'm going to find out before you. One click away. Lakers, LeBron. He still has 20 points. Damn, he's trash. And his team's still losing. But they have he's not trash.
What the fuck was that?
No, the game just started like 3 minutes ago. They were in halftime. Last time we probably checked.
No, no. I just saw literally they passed the ball to LeBron. LeBron is going down the court, and the rest of the team is just like standing there, like looking.
Is this a real website? Is this their real website? All Elite Wrestling. Yo, this website looks terrible now. Like, what'd they do to this thing? It just, as soon as you go to their website now, it's automatic AEW Rampage results. Rampage results contain spoilers. Tonight's AEW Rampage was from, oh, wait, maybe people don't want spoilers. Or was this from Rampage already happened, right?
That was from Friday.
Yeah, who cares? Oh, they have Dynamite results. So that's what they put on their main. When you go to their main site, you can immediately get results. Jay Brisky Tribute and Celebration live, available for free for anyone on Honor Club. They kind of changed the way they do things now. I don't know. Rankings, community. Did they change their ranking system? Let's see if they updated this shit show, which I bet you they didn't.
No, I don't think so.
No, they didn't. Look, Wardlow's still your champion. This guy's. I'm gonna hashtag Tony Khan, and I'm gonna take a screenshot of this, and I'm gonna hashtag fucking Tony Khan, and be like, "Yo, what the hell, bro? Are you is this your responsibility? What's going on here?" Podcasts.
They need a website.
They have AEW games. Look, Fight Forever. Pre-order now. Pre-order now. Pre-order now. I can pre-order it for what? To wait forever? No, man. What is this? Services we would like to use. Look, they want my cookies. Look, guys, if you go to AEW, they want your cookies just so you can look at their video game. Whatever. Here, take it. Look at my cookies. Fight Forever. Well, I'm taking that graphic. Taking this graphic. What else we got here? Customization. Look at all this shit. Let's see what. Let me read everything. All right. Pre-order wish list. The game. Arcade feeling. Developed by acclaimed wrestling game developer Ukes, AEW Fight Forever is the first video game officially licensed by All Elite Wrestling. The best of the best from the AEW talent roster means players can look forward to playing as some of the most legendary wrestlers to enter the ring. Plus all new high-flying AEW talent. AEW Fight Forever combines nostalgic arcade wrestler feel with innovative AEW finishers and a tandem of offensive moves. 10 plus gameplay modes. Singles, tag, 3-way, 4-way, ladder, casino, battle royale, false count anywhere, unsanctioned lights out match, exploding barbed wire death, plus online. Oh. Customization, Anthony.
Oh, whoop-de-freaking do.
Officially licensed online co-op. Here's the media. You want to look at some of this media? Does that look good? What do you think?
I'm tired of looking at media. I want the friggin' game to come out.
Doesn't look bad.
No, but you know, it's like I've been looking at media and play
the crowd surprisingly look Aubrey Edwards was able to get into the damn game. Probably won't see the game till 2024. Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah, you're probably right, Steven.
Jericho looks okay right there. Nice facial.
Actually, I actually saw the release date. I don't know if it's on.
And there's no release date, man. Shut your ass up.
No, there is.
No, there isn't.
Yeah, there is.
There isn't. It probably says to be determined next to whatever the date is. Did you see a little TBD? Don't piss me
No.
off right now. There's no fucking release date. You know how I know? You can ask Google. AEW Fight Forever release date. Oh, it says February now. February. Yeah, when in February though? There's no actual release date. It says February,
No,
but that's a lie.
it's saying 12/30 December 31st of this year.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I worked in the video game business for 30 years. All right. When it says 12/31, that means TBD, to be determined. Have you ever bought a video game on New Year's Eve? Have you ever seen a video game get released on New Year's Eve? No, you haven't, Anthony. It's never happened in the history of
Well, we are
humanity.
living at the
No,
same time.
stop it. Stop it. I worked at GameStop. I see all the release dates. Whenever it says 12/31, that means they don't have a date yet. End of story. No games get released on New Year's Eve.
Okay.
It just doesn't happen. You don't believe me? Go look it up. Let's ask Google again. Has a video game ever been released, maybe digitally been released?
Yeah.
Digitally is not the store. And even that is probably unlikely. They all say December 23 because there's no date yet. What does it mean when game has 12/31 release
Exactly.
date?
See, it's Amazon says December 2023.
No need to worry. Look, see, this guy here writes the same thing that I said. No worry. It's just a placeholder date.
Okay.
It's just a placeholder date. That's all it means, man. I was trying to prove it to you.
Wait. So, okay. I didn't know that GCW was number one on the dependents.
Isn't there a live show tonight? Didn't we miss something? Wasn't Enzo Amore fighting tonight?
What is today? 7th?
Oh my God, LeBron James already has 28 points. He needs 8 more points, the bastard. Ball hog. Look, there's trailers for this.
They're giving him the ball purposely. They want him to hit that record.
Probably gonna win the game. So this is Kenny Omega versus Adam Cole.
A match that we're probably not going to see for another 2 years.
I don't want to get copyrighted, so I'm not going to play any sound. Put on some music though.
1 second.
Ooh, that's loud. Let's lower that immediately. What's going on, guys? Thanks for rocking with us if you're still here in the chat. Yeah, anybody have any updates on what happened with LW? Or maybe I could just I could Google that too, right? LW results. Is that what it's called? MLW? Underground Reels. MLW. Real One versus Mance Warner. Real One shadow boxes a bit, and then they circle. Real One gets ready and goes in, but Mance stacks him, and Real One goes down. The bell rings, and the match is over. Mance Warner won the match in 31 seconds. All right, so he had a promo, obviously, right? So this starts off. Matt Striker's in the ring, introduces Jacob Fatu, who last eliminated Real One in a battle riot to earn a title shot at the time of his choosing. Fatu comes to the ring looking hyped, and Striker says that he's been around all of them. Fatu has something special. He asks when Fatu is going to use his title shot. Fatu says first it feels good to be in Philadelphia, and they know him well. He doesn't waste time. He calls for his shot against Hammerstone at Super Fight. He says Philly is where it started, and it's damn sure going to be the place where he gets his damn belt back. Striker starts to speak again, but then here comes the Real One. He says his name is One, that everybody knows him because he's a certified G and he doesn't need no ID. He says he doesn't talk to Jakes, but make no mistake, they have a situation not conversation, because everyone knows he won the battle riot. He calls Fatu a sloppy, joppy son of a bitch. Lots of muting by the audio thus far. He says he and Fatu don't sit at the same table, and no one wants to hear from the kid in the high chair, the little dog. He calls Fatu a female dog because he comes from a long line of bitches. He calls Fatu a female dog because he comes from a long line of bitches. He runs down, not so subtle, reference to several Inoue family members, and calls the audience Walmart shoppers before saying Fatu is a poor man's Rikishi. Fatu says if Real One says one more fucking word, he's about to beat the fuck out of him. Security and officials get out, and Real One keeps screaming word as people hold Fatu back. Fatu is led away, and Real One says he came here for a fight, mocking Fatu for leaving. He says that's exactly what a Samoan would do. And here comes Manser. Mance wanders out here now, and Real One is out of the ring, but looks like we have a referee in a match. No, Real One has to speak more first. He says there ain't no man in Mance, and babbles some other nonsense. He asks if they want to see him fight Mance, and he walks out to the apron saying Mance couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. He will beat the Mance's ass if he gets in the ring. The crowd chants for Mance, and Real One says they're throwing hands. And then Real One shadow boxes a bit. They circle, and Mance just decks him, and Real One goes down, and then the match is over. Oh, man.
No,
and then it's not even done. We're back, and Real One is now having a tantrum at ringside. We get a recap of his getting knocked out, and then Real One walks to the back. Oh, wow. Okay. And then we had Alex Kane versus the marvelous Jafar. Alex Kane won that match in 1:26. Let's see what else we got. We got the World Championship. Alex Hammerstone versus Edge Naduka. I don't know. Alex Hammerstone won the match in 11 minutes. And that's it. But that was funny. That was a funny read right there for that whole situation. I enjoyed that. I really did. That was great. That was actually good shit.
Man, I loved his WWE days.
WWE. LeBron now has 30 points. What a son of a... All right. Anyway.
Do you not want him? Do you not want him to get the points? That's what it's like.
He's gonna get the points. There's nothing you can do about it. No, I don't care. I just want to know if it's gonna happen tonight. It's just so you know what game it happened in. Yeah, they're wrestling. No, I think I'm gonna start watching it, but I don't think I'll watch it at 10 o'clock because I do my NXT show at 10:30, and I don't think I can handle another hour of wrestling on a Tuesday night. I don't know if I can do it.
Yeah, well, Monday nights are freaking 3 hours.
Maybe I could watch the beginning of it. Like that sounded like it was funny. The beginning with Enzo right there, like that sounded entertaining. Actually, man. Do I got a minute? Do I got a minute for what? What's up, Mick? Kyrie going to the Mavericks is insane. Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, I don't think it's 100% finalized yet, unless it is, and I didn't read about it. But yeah, good for him. Let him do something. He deserves to play and have fun, do his thing. Tomorrow, AEW again. We get the CMJF. I'm getting the hell out of here, though. We've been on here way too long. Anthony, thank you for joining me. Everybody in the chat, thank you so much. Stephen Chambers, Mick Thomason, everybody else, Eric. I know we had a lot of different people in here tonight. Appreciate you guys, as always, watching us and being part of the Savage Kingdom. I'll give you guys the quick exit, and we'll get the hell out of here. Anthony, have a good night, man. I'll see you tomorrow, or maybe not, actually.
I'll let you know.
Yeah, no worries. Later, buddy. I'm out of here. Everybody have a good night, and AEW tomorrow night. I'll be here, as always. And Thursday, I'm going Outlaw Wrestling, so make sure you guys all, check that out. I'll be there if you guys want to come chill. Everybody have a good night, man. Take care.
What are you yelling?
I'm excited.
That was it.
Nice. stick with it.
Pedigree, 1, 2, 3, project you live by the champ. A last ride straight to hell, a tombstone, a choke slam. Here to give it to you raw. This is Wrestling with Savage, SmackDown. Hold the title, this is Wrestling with Savage. What?
Wrestling with Savage begins now.
Wait a second. Like the crowd here, TPW is fond of this. By Vinnie Mac, into the Brock Baker right there. No, beautiful. Like you said, the veteran. Look at him. Oh, beautiful. Senton spirits are paying dividends here. Oh, beautiful. Wait, you reverse Irish whip Snitsky. And looks like she is ready to take over the game of professional superhero. And just exposing him or make him have a personal vendetta against. Oh, holy shit! Break is underhand over, falling for it. Big Samoan hip. Oh shit! And they're holding Alpha by the hair. And Bull James. Chair shot. Phil insane. Absolutely. Some respect. Absolutely. Great reflex. Oh my God! Insane. DDT on the stop sign. Referees are just. Referees are getting destroyed with the stuff. This destroying the referees. Oh, Collins broke loose here. Destroying. Oh, and I don't think we have it. Stop this. What a power bomb. I can't believe it.
Mr. Kennedy, and he has a lot to say to everyone out there watching. He's going to be on Wrestling with Savage. And real quick, I'm just going to throw it out there. Welcome to Wrestling with Savage. Absolute honor to have you here with me. We're going to bring in Snitsky, Luscious Crow, Phil Insane, the Notorious, Vinny. Are we missing anybody? I think we got everybody over here. Crow, I don't see where Crow is, but here we go. Playboy. And we got Playboy. And these guys are all here to talk about he'll be back. Don't worry about him. We're going to be talking about Evil Intent Battlefield Pro Wrestling coming up January 29th. And real quick, I'm just going to throw it out there right now so everybody knows what's up. In this video, at the bottom of the description, there are links there. You can go buy tickets right now at the Battlefield Pro Wrestling 2. You can check them out on Facebook. All the links are there. You can also, if you want to become a professional wrestler, all the links are in the video. You can follow Alpha on Instagram, on Facebook, and of course, go pick up his merch. And we'll be dropping more links the rest of the night. But let's get right into it. We have these men here. Alpha, what's going on, man? Why don't you tell us a little bit about Evil Intent headlining over there? You got Phil Insane, Tommy Dreamer, Snitsky. Snitsky, what's going on? You're taking on Vargas?
What's up, guys? First of all, just want to say thanks for having me. Alpha Jr., love yous. Just chilling here at the Snitsky Palace. My wife's sleeping on the couch. She's getting old, but
Copy that. It's okay.
Nah, I'm just teasing. She's actually rubbing my foot as I'm doing this.
Oh, wow. That sounds nice. My wife does that sometimes, but only if I give her a good back rub first. But, you got it like that. I like it. So why don't you tell me a little bit about Evil Intent and what you're going to do to Mr. Vargas? Because I've seen Vargas wrestle live, and he's a big boy, too. I mean, I know you're a big boy. But what do you have planned for Vargas on January 29th?
Well, I'm on a top secret mission, so I can't give away all the details, but I will say this. Whatever happens to Vargas on January 29th at Battlefield Pro Wrestling in Broadheadsville, Pennsylvania, it's not my fault.
I kind of feel bad for Vargas right now. He's had a good career thus far, and maybe he's going to run into that Snitsky train, and that might get derailed. Oh, man, that's going to be a pretty good match. And like I said, guys, you can go buy the tickets right now.
Hey, get those tickets, stop by, get them while you can, because from what I've heard, we have a sellout for the first couple rows. You don't want to miss this show. Vargas, unfortunately for you, Your career is going to come to a screeching halt Sunday, January 29th, when I clothesline your freaking head off, just like I did to Paul London back at the Royal Rumble back in the day. So you better bring your A game, you better eat your Wheaties, and you better be ready, because if you're not, your ass is going to get kicked all over Broadheadsville by yours truly, Mean Gene Snitsky. And that's just the way it's going to be.
I like it. I like it. And I believe it. The confidence is there. And we've seen Snitsky do damage. I've seen you do damage for years. I kind of grew up on you. I was kind of afraid of you growing up. So, Vargas, if you're out there and you're listening, I'd be a little worried, man. You got a few days to prepare. Like he said, eat your Wheaties and get it done. Snitsky, thank you so much for joining us here. I know you got to head out because you got to get ready. And, you got to put your lady to bed. Have a great night. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you, and best of luck this Sunday with Vargas.
I'm not going to need any luck, but thank you. And all the fellas out there on the podcast, I just wanted to say hello. I'll see you Sunday. Oos, Alpha Jr., you're the man. Love you, Briz.
Love you, Oos. See you Sunday.
Yeah, buddy. See you Sunday.
Take care, sir.
See you guys. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
Peace out, dog. It's not my fault.
It's not his fault. You heard it here live on Wrestling with Savage. It is not his fault. But let's get back to Evil Intent and the rest of the great matches that we have lined up for this Sunday coming up. You're also going to have Vinnie Mac versus Lance. This is your family, Al. This is your family right here. So, and we got a lot going on. What do you have to say about that match? Who do you think's going to come on top in that one?
Well, first of all, I put this match together just because Vinnie Mac irritates the shit out of me. And he has an ego problem. Yeah, he has an ego problem.
You love me.
Everybody in
Call
camp.
like you see it.
He thinks he's the best one in BPW. And as you see, we're loaded with stars. So
you got to admit, that's the attitude you got to have when you're going into this game. If you're not in it to kick ass and, make money, then I don't know what you're doing, because it shouldn't be making friends. Vinnie Mac, what do you got to tell us about Lance? What are you going to do to Lance this Sunday at Evil Intent?
Oh, is it my turn to talk?
It's all you, Vinnie Mac.
Yeah, awesome, because this is where the spotlight should be. I think it's quite apparent that I'm going to put a pummeling beating on Lance the Future on Hawaii, because quite frankly, I've kicked a lot of his family members' ass in the past. Alpha Jr. will tell you all about that. Kicked Sean Maluta's ass in the past as well. That's his cousin. So, beating up Samoans is an absolute hobby of mine. And this Sunday at Evil Intent will be no different. I am the notorious VIN. I'm the most tremendous man in the squared circle. And Lance is going to find that out firsthand. And furthermore, Samoan Storm, I don't irritate the shit out of you. I make you a shit ton of money.
Well, can't argue with that.
That's a hell of a statement. You can't really argue that. If he's making you money, then that's a good thing. But I'm looking forward to seeing that match. I'm sure a lot of people are. It's probably going to be a banger, but there's a lot of matches on that card, so you're going to have some competition. But let me ask you think you're going to have the match of the night, Mr. Vinnie Mac? No doubt about it in your mind, right? Why am I even asking? It's a dumb question.
I'm going to beat. That's all that matters. Wins and losses is what matters in professional wrestling. I don't give a damn if the fans call it a banger or call it a 4-star, 5-star match. I'm not a Meltzer pleaser. So at the end of the day, I just care about collecting the check and bouncing.
I like it. That's the attitude to have in professional wrestling, man. And that's what you need. That's what you need to become a legend. I think you're going to have a good chance over there. Good luck to you.
I think you're a smart man.
I think you have a good chance, man. You know why? Because of your attitude. Just the way you're coming on here talking, I can tell you are a winner, sir. You are not trying to lose that match or any match that you're probably ever going to be in for the rest of your career. And I look forward to seeing your career flourish under the tutelage of someone like Alpha. You're in a very good situation right now, and I hope you understand the opportunity that's in front of you, my friend.
No doubt about that.
No doubt about it. Let's see if we can get
Philadelphia
Playboy in here now.
Alpha Jr. is...
Hey, Playboy's here. There we go. He's got to get. He don't like you. Every time you talk, he leaves. That should be the next pay-per-view match. Playboy and Vinnie Mac. I think this
Playboy beats to his own drum.
He does beat to his own drum. Let's keep it rolling. What else do we got? We got
hey, man,
wow. Look at this right here. And guys, I'm gonna zoom in on this right now because you got to take a good look at this. This shit is scary. When I first looked at my computer, I was like, what is going on right now? We got Phil Insane in the house, and you're taking on Tommy Dreamer, the hardcore legend. Some say the heart and soul of professional wrestling. So I gotta ask you, what do you have planned for Tommy Dreamer this Sunday at Evil Intent?
The years roll on, just like the tears down his face. I don't care if you're the Pope of Rome, President Biden, Trump, something can all go wrong. The 3 letters that man's tied to died a long time ago. The trumpets will sound January 29th, and I will reign supreme.
Well, speaking of the trumpets, you got one of your members of the Trumpets of Apocalypse here in the Corrector, who's got a special program of his own called the Program. You have anything planned for Tommy Dreamer, or are you going to let these guys have a fair match?
Now, who is that question addressed to?
That is for you, the Corrector. I want to know what your intentions are at Evil Intent. Oh, I guess that's his intent. Good God. I guess he has no answer for Tommy Dreamer. So, Tommy, if you're out there, and I talk to Tommy all the time. I talk to Tommy all the time. Holy shit is what I have to say. Tommy Dreamer better be careful, better watch out. Tommy, I know that you're probably not scared of much. I know Mark Henry is the more of the scaredy cat on the show of Busted Open. But, Tommy, I think you've been sitting on that radio seat a little too long. Oh, wait. Maybe Corrector's back to have a message. Corrector, you back? Are you good?
Yeah, I'm back.
I thought that was your message for Tommy. I was like, oh, he should be worried right now because you look kind of scary, my friend. You might even be scarier than Phil Insane over here, man. You're looking jacked over there. God damn.
Listen, the last thing you have asked me was I going to let this affair, was I going to interfere? One thing everybody needs to understand is that I do not need to interfere when Phil Insane is in presence. Phil Insane has Tommy Dreamer in a bag. You see, the program is something separate. This is my chance. This is the opportunities of the beginners, the rookies, those that want the spotlight. They have the ability, the chance to be interviewed by a god. But when it comes down to Thomas, the Dreamer, Phil Insane has him and has his number.
Phil Insane, what do you have to say about that, man? You got some good help right there. I got to say, I'm a little jealous of you. I don't see you having any problems in the long term over here if you got somebody like that watching your back, man. So is there any last words you want to say to Tommy Dreamer about this match at Evil Intent coming up this Sunday in arguably going to be the biggest match of your career? No offense, but Tommy Dreamer is a legend. And are you planning on becoming a legend killer on Sunday?
The sweet sounds of agony will echo in the Signature Training Academy as I carve out my legacy at Dreamer's expense.
Alpha, what do you got going on over there at that school? What are you putting in the water tanks?
No, these guys are fucked. Yeah.
It's just like some fucked up shit. I feel like I'm on an episode of The Walking Dead crossed with some other shit. This is crazy, man.
Hey, I put a camp. I wanted to design a camp full of killers, and I guess I got just that, didn't I?
You probably did, man. But, you know, they always say no body, no crime. So I guess you're good, right? These guys probably know how to get rid of the bodies. And that's a good thing if you want to be in this game for the long run. No body, no crime. So when you're done with Tommy Dreamer, just make sure you get rid of the body. All right, let's keep it moving. Evil Intent, it's stacked. It's stacked. I'm excited. What else do we got? We got Andrew Jackson versus Playboy, Philadelphia Playboy, who he's coming in and out. Philadelphia Playboy is obviously too good for Wrestling with Savage, and maybe he'll join us later. But for now, we're going to keep it moving. There's also another match about V Marino versus Wild Boy. Alpha, why don't you tell us a little bit about that matchup? What should we expect in there? Are these new students of yours, or have they been in the game for a while?
Steve-O's been in the game for a little bit. V Marino, he's a brand new graduate of the Battlefield Dojo. So they both have a lot to prove. Steve-O's coming off a big win last show at Project Lazarus, where V Marino, he came up short a little bit against Tommy Suede. So Tommy Suede's a top-notch talent. He was actually signed with the WWE. He had a lot of matches with Gene Snitsky. He was one of my first matches in the WWE when in developmental. So you know, we got talent, and these guys they got a lot to work for. You know, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be handed to them. They're going to have to earn it, and yeah, and this is the way it is in the battlefield.
Shout out to Tony and everybody in the chat. We appreciate you. Everybody's recognizing that the bloodline is in the house, and we're going to get a little bit more into the real bloodline. But first, we got to finish up with Evil Intent. We got some great matches on the card. Like I said, make sure you go down and get your tickets now. There's not many left, but if you go now at the bottom of this video, there's a description. You can buy your ticket now and guarantee a seat this Sunday at Evil Intent. And what else do we got lined up over here? There's going to be a 6-man tag team match. Prime Time Heat versus SPF. And oh my God, is that ECW legend Nunzio? How the hell did this match come to happen?
Well, SPF, you know, they're the boys. They be about their gabagool and all that shit. So, I mean, it only made sense to give them Guido. I'm sorry, Nunzio. You know, and Primetime Heat, they just came off a big loss against South Philly's finest in the last show. So this one has a lot of implications to be a barn burner.
I agree. Alpha is a legend, and yeah, man, that looks like a 6-man tag team match that I would actually want to see. You know, sometimes you see a lot of these 6-man matches, and it's just like thrown together, random. But this one looks like it's going to have some substance and a lot of evil intent. So I'm looking forward to seeing the action. It should be nonstop. What else do we got lined up over here? That O'Neal Hunt and Tim Theory versus Black G's and Brandon Scott. That's a tag team match. Are these guys, who are your current tag team champions right now?
Right now, we don't have any champions.
No champions at all.
Battlefield is a champion-free company at the moment.
Oh,
So
how long do you think it's going to stay like that?
There should be a champion coming soon this year.
Okay.
Definitely
okay.
by the end of the year, we should have some sort of champion.
I like that, though, because it kind of keeps everybody humble and hungry.
Keeps everybody because everybody knows that there's championships coming. There's tag team championships coming. Who's that?
I got to interrupt you, Alpha, because it seems that Vinnie Mac didn't like that comment. You got something to say right there, Vinnie Mac, about that? You want that first championship? It's all yours?
You know, I mean, do you have eyes? Do you have ears? Do you have a mouth? I mean, obviously, if there was the first championship, I think we all know who would be that inaugural champion. But I digress. I mean, let's keep it moving, right? I mean,
all right. So you're making that statement. You think you're going to be the first champion of this company?
I'm just a wheel. I'm just a wheel.
You're just one of the wheels. Okay, one of the cogs on the machine. I appreciate that. I respect that. But that's another match that's lined up, man. Let's see what else we got. We're also going to have Megan Bayne and DeMarcus Kane entering the battlefield for the very first time. What is going on here? Are these managers or these wrestlers? Megan looks like a wrestler. And
Megan is
kind of looks stacked too.
An absolute beast. Megan is over 6 foot tall. She wrestles a lot for AEW. She's just coming off an ACL injury. So this will be her first show back off of that. And we're excited to have her here in the battlefield. DeMarcus Kane is another one we're very excited to have. He's currently the MCW television champion down in Maryland, and he's doing a lot of big things. He's traveling the country a lot lately. I just saw he was in Tampa. I know he's out there in California right now, and he'll be here on Sunday.
Copy that. All right, no problem. That looks pretty good, man. Overall, that's a picture of your actual ring over there. Looks like a very nice, well put together ring. May I ask, is it a spring ring, a beam ring? What do we got cooking over there?
It's not a spring ring.
No, so it's old school.
We have spring rings. Don't get me wrong. We do have those old school spring rings where the springs don't move. But that one, that's a good one.
About that. Those are fun. So this is like basically a mini performance center, right?
Mini? No, we're not mini. We are a performance center.
We are a performance center because I heard you guys have 2 rings. You have
We
a
got
gym.
2 rings. We got a 600 seat arena. We got a full gym. We're 24-hour gym. We got a sauna. We got tanning. We got chiropractors. We got meal prep. We got barber shop in there. We got everything you
got
need.
a barber shop in the performance center.
It's a one-stop shop.
Oh man, you're tempting me to buy a house out in PA, man. Because I live in New.
Go look around. You've been around the business for a while. I'm sure you've been to a few places.
Absolutely.
Come on out to the battlefield and let me know how it rates amongst what you've been to.
Well, listen, from the pictures I've seen, it looks like probably one of the best in the country right now, and it's being run by one of the best in the country right now. You are currently, in my opinion, one of the best independent wrestlers going right now in the world today, going all over the country, all over the world. I mean, I got to get right into it with you. Hopefully, at one point, we get Philadelphia Playboy in here, and we can hear a little bit about his match coming up at Evil Intent. But right now, I got to get into you, Alpha. I mean, you are a legend at this point. I mean, you are my age, I believe. Right? No, you're 38. You're younger than me.
Yeah,
38 years old, in the life you've had. Samoan dynasty, bloodline family tree. Your dad, an absolute legend. Part of the Wild Samoans, which a lot of people don't talk about it as much as they should, because they were 21-time tag team champions across various federations and dominated in the National Wrestling Alliance and the World Wrestling Federation. Now, with that being said, you were trained by your father, L.A. Smooth and Sam Moo. Is that?
No, my father's Alpha the Wild Samoan.
Alpha the Wild Samoan. Yeah, that's why I said Alpha.
Yeah, LA
He's the original Alpha. You're Alpha Junior.
That's right. Yeah, my
dad
brother
was a hell of a beast, man. I remember growing up watching so many matches of him. But before we get into your relationship with your dad for a moment, if you don't mind, I want to talk a little bit about this. I mean, you're a young buck right here playing football.
Right.
You were going to be headed to what team, if you could? What NFL team did you want to play for growing up?
Well, I interviewed with the Buffalo Bills, the New England Patriots, and the Browns when I was in college. So,
the Patriots would have been a nice one. A few Super
you
Bowls under your belt.
Do
you have a favorite football team? I'm guessing you're Eagles guy.
San Francisco 49ers all day.
49ers
all day for life.
And you got a good position right now, so obviously they're going to crush the Eagles, right?
Oh, Eagles have no chance.
No chance in hell, man.
No chance. We got
49ers all the way.
I mean, come on. We got Brock Purdy.
So I'm assuming Joe Montana's who's your favorite quarterback of all time? Joe Montana, Steve Young?
I like Steve Young personally. I watched him play more. You know what I mean?
Steve Young had a hell of an attitude about playing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He was the man. You know.
He's a winner.
Absolutely.
He's a winner.
That's what it
Look
takes.
at this picture. When you see this picture, what does it make you feel?
Oh, that was one of the first times we were all together, all at once.
Really? One of the first. So you guys don't get together like every couple of years?
Because there's so many of us. It's hard to get us all in the same place at once. It's hard.
Speaking of that, yeah, let's take a picture of this family trio over here. I had to just get a screenshot of this to show everybody how wild it is. Absolutely bonkers, the family that you're in. And I have to tell you from the bottom of my heart, I wake up every day praying to God that one day, if I come back in another life, I can be born into a family like this, because it's insane. The blood that you have in you, I can't even imagine the generations of monsters that your family is going to continue to create.
That's right. That's right.
You have good blood. You have good DNA. This is a nice picture. All right. That's how I remember your dad. Absolute monster in the ring. So growing up in the business, man, just tell me a couple of memories. What's your first memory of watching your dad wrestle, having a match, kicking some ass? Like, do you have that first memory?
Yeah. So my first memories of my dad was always like training. So I would watch my dad put people to sleep on a daily basis. I kid you not. Like it's almost like every student that would come in the door would be like, oh, so is the sleeper hold real? And my dad would throw it on him. And I watched so many sleep in front of me.
A lot of clowns probably came up to your dad asking if wrestling was real, and they quickly would find out.
Not too many, though. That's the thing. That's not too many. It's more is the sleeper hold real versus his wrestling is real.
Okay.
Because not many people had enough balls to ask that to my dad.
Well, dude, when your dad was doing it, I don't even think it was a question of whether, that question wasn't even asked, because everyone in the country, believed that it was real. We all, and to an extent, it's as real as it gets. And, I tell that to people all the time. They're like, oh, this, that, how do you watch this? What are you talking about? Everything you love in life is probably more scripted and more fake than anything else you're doing. All right, the TV show, the politicians you listen to, it's all bullshit. If anything, wrestling's more real.
Even Olympic sports has their routines and they're choreographed and all this other stuff. So I don't want to hear it from nobody.
So
what we do is real. The damage we do is real. And man, the money we make is real too.
Yes, sir. So that's your first memory, him putting people to sleep. That's why.
Yes.
Man. So do you have like a favorite match of his growing up though that you watched?
Of my dad. So when I was growing up, mostly my dad was the manager of the Head Shrinkers. So I didn't really catch the end. Like I caught the end of my dad's career as a Wild Samoan. So my most my fondest.
How about maybe something you've seen on tape, or I'm sure you guys have a bunch.
Oh yeah, him and Andre and
wow.
Him and Andre and him and Jimmy Snuka when they were tagging Andre and Snuka in the Garden. Classic matches. Pops and Rocky Johnson and Tony Atlas. Man, there's so many good Pops matches. There's so many. I even pop for Pops' Puerto Rico matches out there because over here in the States, Pops didn't sell too much, and over there in Puerto Rico, he would sell his ass off.
He was like a god over there, probably. He was just like loved them.
So hot, he had to take a bump.
Where's everybody located now? I guess everybody's just spread out throughout the world as far as the bloodline goes.
Yeah, bloodline is all over. We're all over. I pretty much got the whole Northeast to myself at the moment. My older brother, he's up here with me, Samu. He's down in the Philadelphia area. Okay. My brother, LA Smooth, he moved down to Florida, so he's holding it down there with Sean Maluda. Those two are definitely holding it down in Florida. And my pops.
Are they part of the Florida Championship Wrestling?
What's that?
What are they doing in Florida, like wrestling promotion wise?
Or my brother, he's kind of doing the signing thing. Okay. Sean Maluda, he's working all around. He's doing his thing down there. He's in his prime. So he's trying to fit in where he gets in and and just try to keep it moving. But we got the Fatus out there on the West Coast with Rikishi and the Black Pearl, Reno Anawai. They're out there holding it down in Knox Pro. We got Aleki. He's out there in Hawaii with Wild Samoan Training Center, Hawaii, and Oops Wrestling, Unify. And man, we're all over, man.
Yeah, like I said, worldwide, man. Here's just some more shots that I had to show of you, of your dad, your family. I mean, just crazy, man. I mean, you could put these guys in any era, any generation, and the story would probably be the same: championships and money.
That's right.
Oh man, I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine growing up and like that's my dad. Like that's just so cool, man.
Well, when the conversation came up, my dad could beat your dad's ass. I know.
Absolutely. I don't think my dad would have a fucking chance, man. He's a little guy compared to me. I mean, I might have a slim chance in hell, but I doubt it. I wouldn't want it. Wait, is Playboy here? Playboy, you there? He's gone.
Oh my God.
He's teasing us. He's teasing us.
He's teasing us. He's messing with us real hard. So you were also trained by these two gentlemen right here, more family training you?
Yes.
Who gave you? Give us the breakdown of your training. I heard you got trained in a hotel room. Is that true?
Yes. So I was trained in a hotel room by these two that are on the screen right now. My brother Samu and my brother Lloyd. I was 13 years old. It was 1998. We were in. I'll give you the fast forwarded version. We were in Austria on tour. My dad was running a tour over there, so we were there for about 3 weeks. I was 13. It was the summer before 8th grade. And I was over there, and I already knew how to bump and stuff like that. From growing up and being around the ring and always being in the ring. I already knew how to bump. I already knew how to do a couple moves. So I talked my dad into training me. I begged him, and he wouldn't let me do it until I had training. So he said, son, you have to train. So I told him, yeah, sure, no problem. I'll train when I get back. And he says, no, you got to train now. So then he called my brothers up, and my brothers came up to the room. We moved all the furniture, and they whooped my ass for 3 days straight.
When was the first time you asked them to train? Like, how old were you when you first asked? Like 10, 9?
That was
8?
it. That was
the first time?
That was the first time. I mean, I've always been in the ring. I knew how to run.
When was the first bump you took? 5 years old? You were in there just running wild?
What do you mean? I was born and fed for an arm drag. What are you talking about?
That's great. That's fucking great. I love it.
Out the womb, baby. I was
right out the room, taking bumps, taking rolls, taking chops, all that shit. And then one day you were like, I want to do this. And they said, okay.
Yeah. So up until that point in my life, I was just straight athlete. I was just a 3-sport athlete: baseball, football, basketball.
Is that the order right there that you wanted to play growing up? You love baseball. Was that your number one love?
Yeah, baseball was my number one. And then I had a freak injury. I had an eye injury where I ended up going blind in my right eye. So I'm legally blind in my right eye. Nobody even knows that.
What happened? You got hit with a ball?
Yeah, I got hit with the ball, and I had a hole in my macula, so they fixed that. But I have no depth perception or anything like that, so I'm legally blind. So yeah, that messed up my baseball career, and that also hurt basketball because it took away my jump shot. And but football didn't affect that at all. I could still rip people's souls out.
I would think it would actually heighten some of your other senses.
Yeah, so
turn you
put me
into
right
like
on
a
nose.
super freak
was
or
nose
something.
guard. Was nose guard playing football. When I went to college, they put me out on D end, and it was a little more challenging to see down the line. You know, having that handicap.
What position were you in baseball? Out of curiosity.
I was a pitcher and a first baseman.
Pitcher and a first baseman.
I was that pitcher that I was the pitcher that batted cleanup.
You still got heat on that arm?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
How fast could you throw right now?
Oh, right now? Oh, very fast, 45, 50.
You got good accuracy though. You go to the county fair and knock that clown off the thing.
My son got me. My 11-year-old man, that kid got an arm.
Speaking of your family, how many kids you have?
I have 2 kids. I got a boy and a girl.
God bless, man. Perfect family.
Storm and Raina. You know what I mean? They're right here. I got them tattooed right here.
How old?
They're my strength. You know what I mean? So 10 and 11.
Perfect. And you had them one right after the other, man. That's
Right.
fantastic that they can grow up together. Do you see wrestling in their future?
Yes.
He said yes, no doubt about it.
They're just like me. You can't get them out of the ring, but whenever you ask them, they'll say no. They don't want to do it.
Not yet.
That was me. I mean, 100%. That was me. Every time you ask me, what do you want to do? Oh, I'm going to play baseball. I'm going to the NFL. I'm going to the NBA. I was doing something other than wrestling. And then I turned 13, and then I wrestled.
And things change. All right, let's keep it rolling. I wanted to show you a picture of this gentleman, absolute legend, one of my favorites growing up. I just wanted to ask real quick, do you have any stories growing up with Yoko? Something memorable that you want to just let everybody know?
Oh yeah, Yoko he was top dog when I was a kid. You know, he was champ. You know, he was Roman then. You know, everybody knew him as Yokozuna, but we knew him as Big Rod and or Yoke Dog, and he was always out there playing basketball, you know, freestyling. Like, he was just always a pleasure to be around. Inside the ring, he was an absolute beast. Like, probably the best big man to ever do it.
Absolutely. I grew up loving Yokozuna. I mean, in the video games that we had and just like the matches, I mean, everything he did felt more impactful than obviously any other superstar, even more than Andre. He weighed more than Andre.
Yeah.
That's something people don't even mention. He weighed more than Andre the Giant. So, I mean, that's always been one of my dream matches.
Let's talk about how we ended Hulkamania.
Absolutely.
We ended Hulkamania. We did. Our family. We ended Hulkamania with a leg drop. After that, he went Hollywood and went, NWO and all that. But
all that good stuff.
He ended Hulkamania.
That's absolutely wild to even say, man. That's a great statistic to have. And your other family member is trying to end more of Hulkamania as we speak right now. Mr. Roman Reigns over there, killing it. Do you talk to Roman often? Because he's obviously all over the world doing all kinds of things.
Oh yeah. I talk to Roman a lot. He's the tribal chief. He's the one.
So you acknowledge him as the tribal chief 100%? Because I sometimes think it's the other guy. You might know this other guy. He's kind of famous. I don't know if you ever heard of this guy. Right?
Listen,
I mean, is he even fucking human anymore? This guy.
Like these guys, these two, they're in a league of their own. They truly are.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I love Roman. I love his work, and he's busted his ass for a long time to get everything he has right now, and more coming. And a lot of people are thinking that his end is coming up at WrestleMania because of Cody or Sammy or this or that. I'm telling people, you guys, there's a big possibility he ain't losing that title for another 2-3 years, right?
He ain't losing. Because you think about this, what does everybody do when Mayweather fights? They pay to watch him lose. Roman ain't losing.
I kind of agree with you, because if you're going to have like the overall record and that's what it's looking like to me, like you said, they ended Hulkamania, and now Samoans are about to end maybe the reign of Bruno Sammartino, not even Hulk Hogan. But everybody thinks Hulk Hogan's that guy. He's actually not. Bruno Sammartino is that guy.
Bruno is that guy.
And your
me
family.
And Bruno share the same birthday. Me and Bruno share the same birthday.
Really?
That's right.
You ever been down to Little Italy to see his world championship title that they still have displayed in that window over there?
No, I haven't.
Next time you're in New York, let me know. We're going to take you for some fine Italian food. I'm going to take you right where that title is.
I'll be there next month.
There we go. Or if you want, we can do Greek food too, because I am Greek. But speaking of Roman, there's your cousin. I just want to ask you. You said you acknowledge Roman is the tribal chief.
I didn't say that. I just said he's the tribal chief.
Okay, he's the tribal chief. But do you acknowledge Sami Zayn as a member of the bloodline?
Sure, you know what I mean.
Okay.
He's out there. He brings a different audience, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I don't think he was needed to the bloodline, but we got to entertain the fans, right?
Well, that's it.
He's like the court jester of the Samoan family over there. Just another quick picture over here. Who's this young-looking stud with gold on his waist?
You went way back. I was like 16 in that picture.
16 years old? You look like you're 25 in this picture. Holy shit, look at those guns.
I was in my college dorm room, man.
So 16 in these pictures. When the hell did you get your first tattoo? Because you have more tattoos now, right?
Oh yeah, I just finished up the sleeve. Well, not finished it, but we just did that. 13 years old, my first tattoo.
13 years old. Wow. My mom would have fucking beat the hell out of me. Holy crap.
Well, my dad took me, so.
I like it. I like it. That's great, man. I can't believe that. Your dad actually took you to get your first tattoo at 13 years old. Yeah, that would turn you into a man pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Put some hair on your chest for sure. I'm going to say, when did you have your first drink? At 5?
First drink? I don't know, man. I couldn't tell you. I'm sure
you're killing it right now, man. I've been watching you all over the place. I saw you recently in Philadelphia at the ECW show. I saw you at ISPW recently as well, kicking Bull's ass all over the place. I think he's scared of you.
That's right. Well, he better be, because I got him again on Sunday.
Yeah, he's gonna probably get an ass whooping. He's coming to PA to get an ass whooping.
Hey.
Let's be honest.
Let's give him that long ride home, man.
Look at that height right there on that splash. Was that a splash or a headbutt? That looks like
that's
a splash.
Oh yeah, that's a splash.
Looks like a splash, man. You're just having a good time killing. Look at you. For a big guy, you move like a cruiserweight. I've seen you go, and it's kind of scary. So I can only imagine what you did on the football field, because I'm watching what you're doing in the wrestling ring, and you're defying gravity half the time out there. You kick like you're a kung fu master, straight to the face.
That's right.
Shit's wild.
I'm an athlete. Division I. It's real. You know what I mean? Back in the day, I was running a 4.40, playing D-line. So that's why I was on All-American. That's why I'm able to do all the things that I'm able to do. I was blessed. I'm blessed, and I thank God for these abilities every day, man.
One question one of our watchers wanted to ask. He wanted you to talk a little bit about your FCW days when you came in, because, or back then, maybe Deep South Wrestling.
Yeah.
He just says it wasn't as fancy as the PC Center you're in right now. So what was it like working back then without all these fancy equipment and, just amenities that a lot of people are used to now?
Yeah, back then. All right. So back when I signed, there was big hype, surrounding the WWE, as it should be. But I signed and I went down to Deep South Wrestling. And I was training under Bill DeMont. He's the one who ultimately ended up signing me. And I had a great time in Deep South. And then Bill ended up leaving, and Dr. Tom came in. And when Dr. Tom came in, shortly thereafter, Deep South shut down. I was the final main event in Deep South history under WWE. It was myself and Sonny Siaki versus Kurt Hawkins and Zack Ryder, the Major Brothers. And we got the dub. Me and Sonny, we ended up winning that match. We didn't catch many wins against the Major Brothers back then, but on that night, we ended up winning. And then we ended up moving down to Florida Championship Wrestling, where we didn't have anything when we moved there. Nothing. There was no building. We just ended up getting apartments and stuff like that all around Tampa. And we started training in like a batting cage facility. It was like a little league batting cage thing.
Nice.
Like we're
I would imagine back then you just trained anywhere that you could.
Clay, Sheamus, Kofi, Tyson Kidd, Natalia, the Bella Twins.
Dropping names. Wow.
Bro, we had the best class.
That's a crew right there. That's a crew.
We had the crew. And that's that's only some of them. We had more than that. Like Heath Slater, Jack Swagger, we had them all. But anyways,
Christ.
We were training in a little league like batting cage, and that didn't last long, maybe a month tops, before they ended up finding what was known as FCW Arena in Tampa, which when we first moved in there, it was a Publix like warehouse where they put all the canned goods and stuff like that. It was the hottest place on earth. It was like 300 degrees in there with all of us. There was no air conditioning. It was just one fan, like literally like a giant fan, you know, like maybe a 4 foot tall fan that all 80 of us had in this warehouse, and it was
no air conditioning, just
no air conditioning.
That makes you tough though when you can go under those conditions, because sometimes you don't know what it's going to be like when you get booked. You get booked probably 6 months in advance, sometimes a year in advance. You don't know what the weather's going to be like that day. If it's going to be hot, cold, you're wrestling outside, inside, this, that, the other. Wrestlers have a tough life, and I wanted to just get into that with you real quick.
Thinking about WWE, you're thinking all, you know, glitz and glamour and
that's not a tough life anymore.
All this stuff, and man, we were rough. It was rough when we were down there. We were setting up the ring. We were wrestling on every Tuesday night at Bourbon Street, and then we would have Thursday night TV tapings back at the arena, and we would have weekend house shows and training every single day, and it was rough. And we were setting up the rings too. It's not like WWE had their own ring crew
and all that. Yeah.
It was us. We were paying our dues.
You said it before me, man. That's paying your dues.
The whole facility around us as we're there training. So it's like we're watching walls go up and everything like that, and we're training around it, you know. And then ultimately they ended up moving it over to Orlando, but the facility that we had in Tampa was really nice. It was really nice. It was almost as big as the Battlefield Performance Center.
How did the Battlefield even come together? Was that a dream of yours that you always had? Because you're paying it forward now.
Yeah. So Battlefield was at first it was kind of like a little gamble. It was just to say I kind of did it, and I started that 6-7 years ago, and we ran 3 shows, and I had to take a break from that because I wasn't ready to fully commit to promoting and running it like that. You know, I was still full-time on the road. I was taking a lot of tours. I was overseas 3-4 weeks at a time in Europe and Africa and stuff like that. And it just, I didn't have time. And then COVID came. So we shut it down for 7 years and COVID happened. And then I got my wheels spinning, and you know what I mean? Because at that time, it's just like, you know, it's uncertain. Are we ever going to be able to wrestle again? Like, yes, we're always going to be able to wrestle, but are we going to be able to wrestle in front of crowds? Are we going to be able to, you know, resume life? that was
scary
worry at that time. So I'm
glad we're past that now.
Man, So at that time, I'm watching everything shut down.
It's money too. It's money out of your pocket. People aren't there to buy the merch. You're this or that.
I'm talking top-notch wrestling centers. Everything was shutting down, and it left a void. There was a bunch of homeless wrestlers at that point.
Crazy. I know a lot of people were losing paychecks. That you mentioned Africa. Is there a country or continent you haven't visited yet? Wrestled in?
Yeah, I haven't done Asia yet, believe it or not.
You haven't done Asia yet. So Japan is on your bucket list.
Japan, for sure.
I think you would fit right into New Japan Pro Wrestling.
I feel like I'm made for it. You know what I mean?
Have you had any talks with New Japan?
Off and on, not New Japan. I've had talks over the years with All Japan. Remember, I've been wrestling forever. So I've had talks with 01, All Japan, Noah, you know what I mean? And it never really left the talking stage. It's just...
You might have to just go show up and go kill someone over there.
Yeah, for sure.
I think that would get the job done.
You just need a ring, man.
To action.
I feel like Nas with a microphone. All I need is one ring.
Just go kill Will Ospreay. Just go show up to one of his shows and, give him a splash. Hey. That's it. Game over. I mean, look, I'd be scared of you. Look at this. Monster shape. How much can you bench, if you don't mind me asking?
Bench? Oh, man. I'm probably about 350. I don't bench too much.
Jesus.
I'm good.
That's just 350, guys. That's nothing. That's me plus 50 pounds.
Lucian Pro probably is way more than me. He's in the 400s. I stick with that.
This guy was jacked on here, man. Absolutely jacked. Here's another picture you might remember. The one to the right. When was that? How old were you?
The one to the right is when I was actually the FCW champion. Yeah, that was the Florida. That was when I was in developmental. That was in FCW.
Speaking of FCW, and that's where I actually first saw you wrestle to the left over there at that ACW arena. Hell of a show they put on, and then you were killing it over there. I got another shot coming up in a second. We got a lot of different shots of you, but this shot right here, I really enjoyed that. Kick to the fist, like I said from earlier, I mentioned you're kicking like a maniac. Look at that shit. Mr. Luigi, he's not making pizza the same anymore.
No. Well, he's going to have to eat some really soft pizza that night.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe he can still make it, but he probably can't taste it. You know, it's okay. But you killed it over there that night, and you've been killing it all over the world for a long time now. I see big things for you now. 'Cause, 38 is still prime time now. You're still prime time, money time, ready to take over the world of professional wrestling again. Right now, you're trying to pretty much bring in a whole new generation of wrestlers, which I commend you. Not only are you bringing in new wrestlers, but you've given them a facility that, the rest of the country can probably be jealous of.
Yeah.
You're giving kids all over the country a reason to pack their bags and come on down to PA and train at the battlefield with Alpha.
That's right.
And I want to make sure everybody knows what's going on in PA. Obviously, Evil Intent's coming up. Tommy Dreamer headlining. How did you come about with Tommy? How long do you know Tommy? What's your relationship like with him?
Man, I've known Tommy Dreamer for a long, long time. I wrestled him many, many times, both in the independents and as well in WWE. I wrestled him in FCW when I was champion. Tommy's always been around the family. Tommy's just, he's one of those guys that
he's one of the boys.
You don't run into too many people that have too many bad things to say about Tommy Dreamer. So when putting together, our core locker room, and I wanted leaders, and I wanted champions. So Tommy Dreamer is both of those things. He's a leader, he's a champion, he's had a lot of high-profile jobs in the offices of high-profile companies, and I feel like his knowledge is very valuable to up-and-comers. So I want to surround my guys with people like Tommy, and people like Bull, and people that could help them grow. And that's what it's about is growing as a performer and growing as a wrestler, and just staying hungry. Because you could go out there, you could be the top dog in your little indie all day long, but are you really getting good? Are you really moving the needle? And we're trying to move the needle over here.
Yeah, Tommy Dreamer's, knowledge is invaluable. The experience is invaluable. So that's a great asset to Battlefield. And I think it's going to come in handy. I just wanted to show this. I don't think you need to use steel chairs, but I really feel bad for this guy. I'm sure that was not a normal chair shot. I've taken chair shots. I don't think I'd want to take one from you, big guy.
No, I wouldn't want to get hit by me.
Is this one of your finisher submissions right here? Because it looks like they're just going to rip this guy's neck off right now.
Yeah, I'm going to rip his trap right off of his body. Usually those muscle guys, they love big traps. And it's really easy to grab onto that thing and rip.
Just big, easy targets.
It really is. It really is.
My God. Yeah, like I said, you've been working it all over the place. Absolutely killing it. I just wanted to go on this picture real quick. I'm just going to bring up one little memory because it's funny, this is all second generation talent right here.
Right.
And, do you still keep in touch with a lot of the second generation guys in general in the world of wrestling today? Because you guys all have a special bond together. You all grew up in the business. So, do you still talk to Randy at all, Cody at all?
I still talk to the boys. I'm closer to other second generation guys, closer more so than those two. But it's professional when we see each other. It's always the respect is there, and we have that connection. We all grew up in that same life, just different parts of the world.
It's just crazy to see where everybody has gone to, and obviously we know the career that Randy's had. Cody's on a run right now that is about to probably break the internet. I was kind of pissed that they didn't let it be a surprise, but I guess they have more surprises. Maybe you. Are we going to see you on Saturday winning the Royal Rumble, maybe?
Amen.
Coming on number 30?
Anything can happen in the World Wrestling Federation.
That is true. I like it. The force in sports entertainment. I wanted to bring up this guy because he's another second generation. You had a match with him. Do you plan on having another match with him down the road? He's still going hard.
Oh yeah. I've actually already reached out to him to come into the battlefield, and we're trying to work this out. Because next month we have Tyson Kidd coming in.
I heard about that. Tyson's impressive,
so
man.
we got Tyson Kidd coming in next month. Then
Tyson Kidd is one of the best pound-for-pound athletes in the world of professional wrestling. He's
I've
a freak.
never been in the ring with anyone better, and I've been in the ring.
He's a
with the best in
freak.
the world. So,
No, when you watch him just train other people, though, it's like a thing of beauty. Because the guy doesn't make any mistakes, and just the movement is flawless. So that would be an insane addition.
He's the last graduate of the dungeon. He's the last graduate of the dungeon. I've never had chemistry from day one with anybody in the ring like I've had.
You ever have any trips over to the dungeon or any other famous wrestling schools throughout your years?
Wrestling schools, man.
Facilities, maybe seminars you did.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been learning. I learn from everybody. See, to me, it's like my seminars is locker room time and hanging out in the back with the boys and just picking their brains. That all that stuff is valuable. As far as in-ring stuff like that goes, I was always training with Batista. I was always training with Kidman. Just those Wild Samoan guys.
That's another one, man. I mean, yeah, that's definitely going to help you improve. So you're still taking inspiration from everyone around the world. Do you watch a lot of the current product today? AEW?
No,
not at all, right?
No,
any talks? I'm just going to have to ask. Any talks with Tony Khan?
Not yet.
Not yet. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make a video for Tony. I think.
Not yet.
Give you a call, man.
I feel like we're kind of married to the WWE, right? The families. However,
but Samoa Joe has been a very bad boy on television lately. I think he needs a lesson. I'm hoping maybe you could be the one to give it to him one day. So
yeah, I've worked, Joe. We could get it on again.
Yeah, Joe's a great guy, man. Great guy. I wanted to show these pictures. I saw something on your Facebook that said like your favorite buildings that you ever worked in. Here's some pictures of some of those buildings. I mean, you've been, like I said, all around the world. Where's that one in the top right? Because that looks like it's the Coliseum, for Christ's sakes.
That's in Spain. It's Paso del Toro.
Spain?
Yeah.
Was that the coolest arena you've ever worked in? Because it looks like it.
That was awesome. So I truly felt like a gladiator in that night.
That's what I was gonna say.
There, and the floor is dirt, and you can see the blood from all the bullfights and stuff like that.
Holy shit, man!
It's real, but like, man, you feel like a gladiator. That whole vibe, just the whole arena. It's like the whole thing is made of stone.
Have you ever been to the Coliseum in Rome?
I have.
Yeah, like I went there recently for my honeymoon, and the first thing I had to do was go touch the Coliseum. I just wanted to put my hand on it, because when you have that warrior spirit. I'm Greek, so I have ancient blood in me. I was decapitating people 3,000 years ago in another life. I promise you that. Yeah. So you have that warrior spirit. You just feel connected to these buildings. Yep. And then when I saw the picture of that building, I was like, I need to ask him about. Do you remember who you wrestled that night in that?
D'Lo Brown. Okay. I wrestled D'Lo, who was actually one of my top three. So I always tell my students to pick 3 wrestlers that you really like. 3 different wrestlers. You know what I mean? Don't pick 3 of the same guys. Don't give me Stone Cold, Ultimate Warrior. You know what I mean? Pick 3 different guys. So my 3 guys was D'Lo Brown, Owen Hart, and my brother Samu. So if you watch me work closely, you'll see a lot of influence from those 3. So it was a great time to be able to wrestle D'Lo. It's one of my all-time favorites.
D'Lo's a classic.
And I never told him that until just recently when he came over and he had a seminar at the battlefield.
He's a good dude. D'Lo's a really good dude. Man, down to earth and one of the best workers they ever had in WWF back in the day.
Great.
My favorite European champion that we ever had.
Highly underrated.
When he came out with that, shoulder protector, just smashing people, I was like, he's going to kill somebody.
Oh, yeah.
I wanted to ask you about this building. Special building to me, Madison Square Garden.
Square Garden.
How many times have you worked MSG?
Just once.
Who was it against?
So we were out there with Mysterio, Kofi. It was a good night.
What did that feel like walking in the world's most famous arena, just in general? I mean, that must have been special.
So that was on we were really hot at the time, the Legacy. So it was a house show. It was during the Christmas loop, so it was sold out. And Vince is, he has his office there, but Vince wasn't at that show. And Randy decided that we were going to dress in Vince's locker room in the Garden.
Nice.
So I got that. My one time in the Garden, I got to say, I dressed in Vince's locker room while we were there.
I mean, does it get better than that? I wasn't even going to bring up the guy's name, but since you did, I'm just going to ask you, do you have one good Vince story that you can share with the Savage Kingdom?
Yeah, Vince. When I was a kid, my dad, he went up when he first got his job back as in between some Wild Samoans and Head Shrinker days. So he went up. He had a meeting with Vince, and I took the ride with him. And I stayed in the office, and I was waiting for my dad. So meeting ended. They opened up the door. Everybody's smiling. And then inside Vince's office, he had all the wrestling buddies,
like the old school ones.
The entire lineup.
Jesus.
I'm talking unreleased, like it was the entire lineup of wrestling buddies. And he goes, "Hey kid, go in there and go grab anyone you want." So I went in there and I'm looking, and Vince and my dad are like, "Oh, I wonder who's gonna pick my dad." My dad's crossing his fingers that I would have walked out with the Vince one because it was a Vince one. I didn't. I came out with, just like everybody else, I came out with Hulk Hogan's.
You were a big Hulk Hogan fan growing up, man?
Pops. My dad and Vince pops, and it was just one of those moments. If I could go back in time, I'm walking out of that office with Vince's.
I don't blame you, yeah, but did you grow up? Obviously, if you picked Hogan, you probably grew up a little bit of a Hulkamaniac, man, ripping the shirt. Did you used to rip your shirt when he would come out back in the day?
Yeah, well, I was, so it was funny because I was a Macho Man fan.
Okay, hey, oh yeah.
Yeah, I was a Macho Man fan until Hulk Hogan came to my birthday.
Holy shit, what?
When Hulk Hogan came to my birthday, then I was like, oh, okay, so Hulk Hogan.
How old were you?
I was like 4.
I would have died. I would have died if Hulk Hogan just showed up for my 4th birthday.
And yeah, so Hogan came to my party, and I've had a lot of cool things. Like
you have pictures of this?
Oh yeah, there's pictures.
Oh, please later when you get a chance, I'd love to see something. Wow, that's just what a birthday party. I don't think a 4-year-old back then. What is that? 1980s, 88? That you were 4?
Yeah, and too many headbutts, brother.
It was probably 1980. My math's still pretty good, so it's probably 87, 88, something like that. Holy shit, man! Do you know what it means to a 4-year-old in 1988 for Hulk Hogan to come to their birthday party?
He was on top too. He was on top.
My mom used to beat the fuck out of me because I would rip a shirt literally every week when Superstars would come on. And he's not even there. You just see him in the intro, and I'd be ripping my shirt. My mom would beat the hell out of me. Didn't care. The shirt was getting ripped. But let's keep moving. Let's keep moving into this. Yes. What does this picture do to you?
That picture is, man, that picture's like the resurrection of my career, basically. I feel like I was on the right path, you know what I'm saying? But like when that one hit, it was like it was the unknown, You're opening up a door and you don't know where you're gonna go. It's pitch black, and then all the lights come on, and it's amazing. That was quite the journey. When Jeremiah pitched it to me, I really had no idea what to expect, what we were getting into.
You're like, what, theater? What are you talking about?
I almost didn't do it.
Okay.
There was a lot of hesitation on my part, just because of the unknown. I didn't.
It's totally different. It's not what
totally
you do.
different. Like, yes, granted, I grew around wrestling. I had just started training people. Like, I was fresh into it. Like, I was just starting to catch some waves with the training, and we got presented with this, and it was kind of one of those things where I feel like I could train anybody. And yeah, we had 8 days. 8 days to train.
Yeah, what you did is understatement, man. But it's crazy how similar the two are, wrestling and theater.
Yeah. It's similar. It's just
putting on a show.
It's just different languages. It's a lot of the same stuff.
But you trained people who never took bumps in 8 days on how to take bumps, and that's not easy.
Well, not even just take bombs. I could train you how to take a bomb.
They were hitting the ropes, jumping off the ropes.
To perform a show.
Yeah.
Straight up show. Like that was live, that was real. There was, you know what I mean? It wasn't like these choreographed things that these kids do in Walmart and shit like that on the internet. You know what I mean? Like they really put in the work. And especially with me training them alongside Bull, a big part of me, it was just like they have to respect the business. I don't want them to be like, turn their nose up at it like, I should have done, like, I want them to respect the business, and Ramin and Ember and all of those on the cast. They really, really enjoy wrestling now. And just like me and Bull, we're starting to enjoy theater more and more. it's just something that we never thought we would do.
Now I know there was 2 showings of this. Is there talks for more? Because I know there's demand, a lot of nominations for awards. There's a lot of buzz around this right now. And to be frank, I want to see it.
Yeah,
ASAP.
There has to be. You know what I mean?
Has there been any talks yet, or is it like
I was
in the works?
talking to Jeremiah earlier today, actually.
Okay.
I can't be the one to break the news, but
Okay, no problem. No, but
thing does have some legs. And
there is news coming probably down the pipe, and I want to see more of this. I think it can be a worldwide tour. I think it can be a massive success, and I think this can be your way to catapult into another spectrum of success.
100%.
This picture right here, I love of you right here.
We were all nominated for all these awards and stuff like that. And when they closed the voting, me and Bull James were in the lead for best choreography of a play or musical. Like
That's something to be.
We're crossing over big time. Like talk about forbidden doors. This is one of those.
That's next level shit right there, man. And I love that picture of you because it just looks like power when I see that picture, man. I think you rock a suit better than anyone else in the bloodline or the Samoan family. That suit, you got it on and you're rocking it, and I love it, man. And I can't wait to see more of the last match, more of you wrestling, and just the future. Real quick, I got to ask you, obviously Royal Rumble is a big deal, right? Is that one of your favorite pay-per-views growing up as a kid, or did you have maybe Survivor Series, SummerSlam? What was your favorite pay-per-view growing up?
Royal Rumble.
Royal Rumble, right? Without a doubt.
Favorite was Royal Rumble.
Has to be, yeah. Royal Rumble's got that intensity. Do you have a prediction for this year for the men's and the women's Royal Rumble?
Man,
I'm going to put you on the spot right now. Let's start off with the women's Rumble. Who's winning the women's Royal Rumble this year?
Yeah, I don't even know who's in it. You're going to put me on the spot. I'm going to start.
They haven't even named anybody. They only put like 7 in there. We don't even know who's in it.
Becky Lynch.
There you go. How about the men's?
And the men's, is Brock in it?
Probably, yeah. Yeah, he's in it.
If he's in it, then I'm picking Brock.
All right, I like it. Brock Lesnar. You ever had a fight with Brock Lesnar? You ever had a run-in with Brock Lesnar?
I ran into him, yeah. You know, okay. But never fought him.
I'd like to see that fight. That would be,
I promise you that.
That'd be beef hitting beef right there. A lot of shit going down right there.
You can throw a lot of people, but I could take it, you know.
Absolutely, man. BPW. Let's talk a little bit more about this facility. You're going to be doing Evil Intent on Sunday. What's the plan, game plan wise? Are you going to be trying to do a show every month?
Yes.
Okay.
So we are going to run the final Sunday of every month. So it's pretty easy to remember. You know, we're the last Sunday of the month. And our next one is, again, February 26th with Tyson Kidd and Jacob Fatu. They'll both be here. After that, it's again the final Sunday of every month, and we're just rocking it, man. I want to surround my kids and all my students with the best talent and the best quality of talent around. I want to give them the platform to take off, you know, and not just run around these indies and work one show a month for a couple of years and say that you had a great career. You know what I mean? I want them to have
I know about that. I had 50 matches. I never got paid more than $5 to $10.
You know, I want them to have a serious go at this thing. I want them to have an opportunity to really reach for their dreams.
I gotta say, they look happy, man. Everybody in this picture looks ecstatic to be in that building.
You know, and we had a bunch of our guys, you know, at the Philadelphia show at the end of the year. And a lot of those guys, it was their first time ever performing in ECW Arena. You know what I mean? So it was just like, and we had a lot of guys. We sent 16 people to the WWE over the summer, you know, for tryouts and extra work and stuff like that. So this is a true gateway. And look at D'Lo in that picture. That's me and D'Lo right there. That was from the D'Lo seminar.
Awesome, man. Like I said, everybody looks so happy in this picture, and it's going to be great because you're going to have so much talent coming out of here. Everybody's going to be coming to you for recruitment, man. I mean, AEW is going to be in Pennsylvania, Philly all the time. WWE is going to be there. There's all kinds of other independents. So the opportunities you're going to give to these kids and the kids to keep coming, and not even kids. These kids come to your school as kids and they leave men, women, adults.
We get all kinds of guys too. We get day one guys. We get, you know, 10-year, 15-year vets, you know, and we even get guys that coming out of retirement who are just like, holy shit.
They want to bump again. They want to get back into it.
We've never seen anything like this, and we have to be a part of it. You know what I mean? So it's a blessing. I look at us like we're Division One. We are truly Division One a wrestling academy. You know what I mean? Like,
It's crazy when you told me the building
low
holds.
budget about our performance center. There's nothing low budget about our shows.
What's the max capacity of the building?
Of the building? All right, so typically, what are wrestling centers in a strip mall, right? We're the whole strip mall. Okay. The whole strip mall.
So I can really come to your school, get a massage,
yeah,
get a workout, get a tan, get a haircut, take a bump.
Yes.
That sounds great. How much does it cost to sign up? Because I've been thinking about getting back into management. That's my goal.
Yeah.
I want to be a manager.
Well, Battlefield is a $500 deposit. You got to come with your physical. You know what I mean? You got to come proper and prepared.
If I just want to be a manager, I don't want to do the flippity dippity. I'll take a Frankenstein.
You're going to get in the ring? You need a physical?
Yeah, I'll get in the. I'll do
you need
the
a physical. I need to know your limits. Okay. One, as a trainer, I need to know your limits to prepare you to be as safe as you can be.
Yeah, let's give the breakdown for anybody that wants to do a sign.
Physical? I can't put you in blind. So, yeah, it's a physical. And $500 deposit, and after that, it's $289.99 a month.
Plus tax.
No tax. $289.
No tax. All right, I like it. And what's the training like? 2 days a week?
Right now, we're twice a week, and we have a third day. So we have 2 days, Tuesday and Friday, always, and we have what you call flex day, which is open ring day during the week.
What's the flex day? Friday?
Flex is voted on by the class. So when we're at class on Tuesday, someone will be like, hey, can anyone come in tomorrow? Can anyone come in on Thursday? And then it's voted on, and then we run it, but we're moving into a bigger spot at the end of the month, in the beginning of next month, where we're going to put up more rings because we have too many students for our space right now. We're closing in on 50 students in 1 year of opening. And we're rocking.
It's crazy, man. What's the typical first day like for someone that's showing up there? Physical's clear. What are they doing? Just cardio until they puke? When's the first bump they're taking? Day 2?
They're puking. 100% they're puking. I'm like 95% success rate for any first timers. I mean, you could be a vet.
Oh, it don't matter. No. I told Brian Myers, I said, listen, I'll give you $3,000. Just give me the license to manage. I can take a bump right now. I'll take a bump anywhere, anytime. You can punch me in the face, hit me with a steel chair. It doesn't matter. Give me a mic. I'll cut a promo on you right now. All I need is one word. I'll give you a fucking paragraph. You need heat? I'll give you that. You want a show? I'll give you 2 minutes.
No, especially for us old school guys, man, because you're talking about who was my dad's manager.
Some of the best, man, in the business, man.
Exactly.
It's hard. It's hard. But I've been watching a long time. But everybody out there, if you want to train, this is a school that you want to mess with, man. Battlefield Pro Wrestling. You can see the students there are ecstatic, and they're ecstatic for a reason because they're training in a quality facility that, is, in my opinion, probably top of the line in the country and safe. Who are the head trainers right now?
Me.
You are the one. Are you looking to get a second head trainer there?
Yeah. We'll get
Take
more.
a little work off that back.
In and trains. So I bring in a lot of my friends, a lot of outside talent. So we've had Tommy Suede come in. He comes in a lot to train. We've had Brian Kendrick in multiple times.
Oh, he's great.
We've had Jay Lethal come in to train. We've had Doc Gallows come in to train. Man, we're knocking them out. We've had D'Lo come in. We have Tyson Kidd coming in next month. So we're, I could only teach so much. I offer fresh input, because something may be hitting a brick wall or something in your training with me, and then someone like Tyson may be able to break through to you and help you out on your journey. So it's the more knowledge you get. I like to say it's all ice cream. The more scoops of ice cream you put in your bowl, the better.
Is it still always get up to your right? That's all I want to know.
That's right. Always to your right.
Okay, as long as it still get up to your right.
Always to your right.
Who gave you this right here? Was it by your students? Were these your first students?
That was my students. Yes, my students gave me that bell. That was my Christmas present for them.
That's a nice touch, man. It's a beautiful facility. I can't wait to come down and visit you and check out all the shows. I think you're going to build a large.
You got to come this Sunday.
I am going to attempt to come this Sunday. I got to move.
All the talk is about the Battlefield right now. Everybody's shook. All the promoters are scared. They don't know what's happening. I'm telling you, man, the takeover is real.
I think a lot of people are going to be intimidated by what you're doing over there in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
We're going to do it together with a lot of good people, a lot of like-minded people. We're going to do it it together.
I mean, look at all these newscasters. I mean, like obviously something's going on. If you got all these people coming out, they want to talk to you. They're putting you on the news.
That was last week. We'll be featured in the newspaper tomorrow in the Times News.
Beautiful.
You know, we're rocking, man.
Look at this place. It's huge.
Yes. Yeah.
It's huge.
And we're constantly upgrading. We just built a brand new entranceway for this show. And yeah, I'm excited.
Man, it looks sick. It looks like something that everybody needs.
In that show right there, we have already doubled
capacity on that.
Sales of that last show. We've already doubled that in pre-sales.
It looks insane, man. I'm so proud of you and everything you've done, and just the fact that you're just continuing to pay it forward, bringing out just legends probably out of some of these kids. We don't know what's going to happen, but I can imagine the training they're going to get there is going to be very rewarding in the long run, and you're probably going to put a lot of people in a lot of good situations for financial success, for fame, and I hope all that comes back to you 100-fold, because you are a real one and you deserve everything you got coming to you. And I think 2023 is going to be your biggest year yet. You have so many promising things on the horizon, and just keep at it. I'm going to be supporting you. I'll be hyping up your matches all year long. I'm going to make it out. I promise you I will make it out to you at least 4 or 5 of your shows this year.
My man.
Can't promise you that more than that because I live in New York. It's a hike. Sometimes I work on Sundays.
Best part about Battlefield, man, our shows are at 5 and we're done by 7.
I like it.
Stick to the script. We're in and out.
I can do that, man. I mean, maybe if you put me on as a manager after I get through your training, maybe then I'll have a reason to come out there 4 times a week, maybe.
Yeah, man, come on.
Or maybe I'll just buy a house out there, man, because this New York price is wild. So you said you're coming to New York next month?
Yeah, we'll be in next month.
What are you doing a show?
Yeah, I'm for Outlaw.
Outlaw, got you.
I'm Outlaw on the 9th. I'm wrestling Dirty Fandango.
Okay.
Whatever.
Well, remember, man, that night I got you food. Greek food, Italian food, whatever you want, man. You like Greek food?
Of course.
What do you like? What is your favorite food, by the way?
Food on my plate.
All food, okay. And what do you like? The last question, because I know you've been here for a while now. What do you like to do for fun when you're not kicking ass training people?
Man, when I'm not fun is wrestling.
That's it. That's life.
Programming and thinking about what's next for the Battlefield and how to grow the Battlefield. That's what's fun to me.
You got the passion in you. You got the bug right now, because there's a wrestling bug, and then there's like a whole training promoter, booker. Because now you're doing everything. You're basically Vince McMahon now. You're doing a little more than Vince, because Vince wasn't taking those bumps.
Yeah, well, Vince took some bumps, just not as.
Oh yeah, he definitely took some bumps, man. Absolutely, he's probably still taking some right now. Matter of fact,
that's right.
Linda McMahon probably whooping that ass. All right. Alpha, I appreciate you being here. If you want to hang out a second, I'm just going to do a little outro and I have a little convo with you. But everybody, thank you so much for joining us here with Alpha Jr. He's the man. Make sure you check out Battlefield Pro Wrestling. All the links are in the bottom of the page. Buy tickets now. There's not many left. And we'll catch you here next time. And you're always welcome here anytime you got an open invitation. If you ever want to just interrupt my show and just promote something, because we're growing here in the Savage Kingdom.
I might just do that.
Anytime. I got you. And on my TikTok.
Maybe we'll get the Philadelphia Playboy to call in and hang up.
I'm semi-viral on TikTok. I got 15 kids. Awesome. Playboy was just playing games with us tonight, all right? Let's be honest. He was playing games with us. We're out of here. Everybody have a good night. Thank you so much for joining me. It was an honor to have you on here, man. I love you. And good luck to everything you do this year, man. And the rest of your life.
What are you yelling?
I'm excited. Nice to
Pedigree, 1, 2, 3, Roger, you live by the champ. A last ride straight to hell, a tombstone, a choke slam. Here to give it to you raw. This is Wrestling with Savage. Smackdown, hold the title. This is Wrestling with Savage. What?
Wrestling with Savage begins now.